And we should be live. If I got that right. We don't have any weird echoes or anything. Last time I did this, there was some. Okay, last time I did this, there were some weird echoes.
JJ, we call that sound effects. I don't know.
Max? Yeah. Sorry, everybody. I have an important message. I have to change this names of a horse. So sorry about this.
Hello.
I don't think we can change the name. I don't think we can change the name. I'll have to look at it later, but I'm streaming right now, girls. Okay, well, that was... All right, well, that was awkward. All right, Michael, thank you, girls. Wonderful. So, hi, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to the IBM Developer Twitch stream today. I'm here with a great friend of mine, Mofi. Say hi.
Hey, Mofi here. I have been here before. I'm back here again, and hopefully come back again next time. So
there you go. Nice. So Mofi and I are peers at IBM, both developer advocates, and we are going to be playing with something called AWX and or Ansible today. Just trying to walk through the process of getting it up and running on Kubernetes. One of our main, what's a good word for it, marching orders is to use Kubernetes as much as we can. And we have some use cases now where we need to do some post-provisioning on some internal projects. So the natural progression would be to look at something like Ansible and AWX. If you don't know what AWX is, it is the upstream version of Ansible Tower, which is an orchestration / configuration management system made by Red Hat. There is an operator called AWX operator, and I'll bring it up here in a second, that can be installed and ran on Kubernetes, and then you can inject and or do Ansible-y things with it to configure other stuff. There's some really neat opportunities here, and I have not touched this, nor has Mofi touched this before today. So we are going to be stumbling through it, trying to figure it out ourselves, and that's kind of the goal, right, Mofi?
Well, stumbling for sure. That part I can guarantee that's going to happen. Figuring it out, we will see where we get.
We'll see. We'll see how far we can get. All right. So just so everybody sees it, and I'm going to throw this in the chat also, so everyone can kind of follow along at home. This is the AWX operator. There is a great article by Jeff Gerling, who, if you don't know, inside of the Ansible ecosystem, it writes a ton of playbooks. And actually looks like he started this, but his actual installation of his fork had been read-only, and they created their own operator. So you want to make sure that you're looking at the correct code. It looks relatively straightforward, which is one of the best things I've ever seen in my life, because that's it's always nice. We're going to be doing this on the real internet also. So I'm going to try to make sure it's relatively obfuscated, but please don't abuse us as we're doing this if you're tracking your home.
And just to like add another thing, right? Like if you search for AWX operator and the first two results that shows up is his blog post, and the second one shows up is his GitHub repo. So this Ansible AWX operator hasn't caught on as much as they would have probably liked so far. So now after this stream, maybe we change the search result a little bit by going to the new that is currently up to date AWX operator repo on GitHub.
Seems like a very reasonable thing to do. Okay, so one of the very first things, if you don't know, and please, if you have any questions or thoughts, I got the chat open on another window, as does Mofi, so we can jump in and answer stuff. But we're going to try to do everything the best practices way. I know in real life people normally don't do this, but you really, like, if you do the best practices when you're practicing, eventually it becomes habit and everything kind of works forward from there. So if you look here, I have something called Kubernetes on this box, where, as you see, I have multiple different namespaces inside of it. And the very first thing you want to do whenever you install anything on Kubernetes is give it its own namespace. Putting things inside of the default namespace, as I am here, okay, get pods, you see there's nothing in it. That is because you should never really have anything inside apart from, I guess, this one. Oops. Nothing in your default namespace, because that's their default namespace. It should be clean, should be available. You want to put your applications in their own. So the first one we're going to do is K, which is also kubectl, create namespace, and we're going to call this AWX. Mofi, do you have an opinion about doing AWX or Tower, or do you think we should just stick with AWX?
I think AWX, I'm a big fan of the upstream projects on Red Hat. Tower is, when you need the enterprise support, when you need that kind of like things, right? You want to go with Tower, but when the thing we're doing, we'll probably stick to mostly AWX today and talk about the upstream open source project of things, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I felt too. It feels right, and especially with the use cases that we're going down, to be able to make this work. Yeah. And also, I got to admit, maybe if I have a friend over on the Red Hat side, I kind of want this sticker. Have you seen the sticker? This is a pretty cool little sticker.
Yeah, it looks like more like a biker sticker than like a software sticker to me, but it's great. I'm all for it.
And hell, if we start using it, quote unquote, in production, I feel like we deserve the sticker because we're being proponents of it. I mean, just saying. Priorities, right?
Exactly. And I mean, that's one of the few stickers that I wouldn't mind having as like a full decal in the back of my laptop.
There you go.
Right? Like the I mean, I don't know the middle laptop, like the monitor logo, how much, but like the wings. I mean, I dig the wings.
Nice. So I'm going to go ahead and, because I'm paranoid, I'm going to create a notes MD in here just to kind of track what we do, because I know I will forget. Installation of operator. So as you can see here, we pull it directly from the operator. And if you don't know, an operator is global. So even though we have created a namespace called AWX, we're going to install the operator to be global so it can take care of everything for the Kubernetes cluster. And then we'll switch into the namespace to install the configuration here in a second. So as you see here, I'm going to go ahead and do that. And we got our, looks like our operator has been deployed. Everything's been created. Mofi, what's a good way to see? Is there a kget operator command, or how would you look for an operator?
So let's look at the list of the namespaces. There is a namespace where the operators actually get installed. So interesting. Okay, where are we installing the operators here?
That's a great question.
Well, we hit our first roadblock immediately. That's great. So hold on, let me check something. On the left one, let's check just kget CRDs. I want to see what custom resource definitions we have installed.
All right, AWX. Just taking a note again. Kget CRDs.
And I see that, okay, we created the Towers Ansible CRD. We have that CRD here. That's great. That basically tells me that. We have the operator group. So you have operator installed here as well. I'm wondering if they got installed on the namespace we are currently in. But that shouldn't happen. We should get like an OLM, like the operator's namespace.
Well, operator is just a pod, right? Oh, it did.
Right. Yeah, it got created on the current namespace instead of, so usually I create and end up creating a namespace called operators where I install operators, but it's fine to create it wherever because it's a cluster and we're getting image pull back off, which is also not nice.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. Oh wait, I gotta pod that. All right, pod. What is going on here? Unknown Docker Ansible Tower 4.0 failed. So Docker insufficient authorization failed. What?
Insufficient scope. Okay.
Hey, Mofi, do me a favor. Do a Docker pull with that Docker.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do.
That is already a problem. Oh, Story of our lives.
Okay. Yeah, Ansible tower operator either does not exist or okay. So let's look up on Docker Hub. I feel like that image that we're trying to pull we got a newer version. Probably the doc is not updated. So let's look at hub.docker.com.
Looks like we're going to be doing some PRs here, my friend.
You can just search for it.
Yeah.
Ansible.
Ansible. Did I spell it right? Ansible?
Yeah, Ansible / tower operator.
Tower.
Dash.
Is it dash?
Yeah, dash. I don't think Docker image names takes underscore, or usually don't.
Well, and so AWX task right here does.
Oh, well, I usually, did they remove that image? Like, did they do that?
I think they did. They must have.
Let's look at all
AWX operator.
Okay. I think they changed the name to AWX operator. Let's look at tags. I want to see the tags. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. Let me try. Let me test that. So. Okay, that is. I mean, I'm not happy about it, but it's at least it is close enough to find it. Okay, so AWX operator will work. So let's do this. The GitHub thing we're applying. Let's go to that GitHub URL and
it was under deploy. Was it deploy?
Let's see what is in there. So let's do this. Let's take the URL. Just open the URL up. I want to see where in the URL they use it. Because this file, we have to change one of the files. So here, I think it's the deployment file where they're using an Ansible operator. Tower operator right there. It looks like in 2 different places.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Hold on. Wait, both the Ansible container and the operator container uses the same image?
Yeah, they probably just have different services running inside of it, so they don't have to rebuild everything, right? I'm starting to see that as a pattern.
I see. Yeah. Well, that's okay. So what do you have to change here on this folder? I feel like I don't know.
Well, we should just we should just set through it, change it to AWX, and then change the file to AWX, and then just push it, and then run it against it and see what goes on, right? So this one should
let's first delete this. Let's first delete this one, the one we're running right now.
Oh yeah, good call. There we go. So then we can go MV tower operator to AWX operator.
Another thing we want to probably do is that, do you want to install the operator itself in the same namespace, or want to create a namespace called operators?
You should probably create a new namespace too. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, because usually in OpenShift, when you create, OpenShift comes packed with the operator namespace, and that's where they install the operators. So, and you install the instance of it in different places. So everything. Oh boy, we're actually okay. I don't know if we want to go all that because all the documentation is not. If you change all the word tower back, let's keep everything except for the image. I think that'll be the easiest.
Okay. Oh, just start there. Yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise, like all the documentation, you have to kind of like keep looking at changing the documentation all over the place. Instead, now we're just like changing the image and calling everything the same. So the documentation. I mean, obviously, this should be a pull request and update the documentation to mention the right things. But at the same time, it is also possible that because the tower is a licensed product, the tower might be available on Docker Hub, but you need some sort of licensing to get it.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
So, I mean, because they have AWX, we keep everything the same name-wise, but change the image underneath. I think we're done.
Yeah, I think that's it. Yep. So,
so let's create a namespace for it. Okay, create namespace operators.
Operators.
Yeah.
NS
And okay.
operator. Just to make sure we're in there.
Again, a couple of the, if you're watching and confused with what is the NS command out here, there is this tool called kubectx that allows you to easily change between Kubernetes context and Kubernetes namespace. And I think JJ here have alias NS to mean kubeNS.
Yes. What? We have a deployment, but no. Okay, describe.
Let's just, we don't have anything. Let's just do get all until this shows up. I'm guessing because it's not ready yet, it's not running. So you have to wait for it to.
Oh, it's probably pulling all down and all that jazz, right?
Yeah.
All right. If anyone has any questions or thoughts, please don't hesitate to ask or answer or ask them in the chat.
In the meantime, JJ, I think another thing you could look at is that, is it available via the operator hub in OpenShift?
Oh, yeah, easily.
Yeah, let's look at that in the meantime. I mean, while this happens.
Well, we're going to put on a vanilla Kubernetes cluster.
Right, we are. But I just wanted to see in OpenShift because, or like operator hub itself.
No.
Exactly. Okay.
That's surprising.
Let's look for Ansible.
No.
Yeah, so it didn't get put into operator hub. Can you want to check the so we have found that for some of these things, operator hub and OpenShift's operator hub doesn't actually match one-to-one.
Yeah, because the OpenShift one has been curated by Red Hat. So.
Ooh, okay. So we have a evil Kate Kubernetes genius gave us an idea of doing a describe on the replica set to see what's happening in terms of events.
Looks good.
Okay, describe replica set.
Yep.
You can just say replica set because we have only one. You don't have to name it anything.
Forbidden.
Oh, okay.
Looking
okay.
up service account operator, service account tower operator not found.
But isn't that part of the? Can you open the file again? I want to see why. Like, it does it? It should have a service account in the file itself. So you have a cluster here.
Yeah.
With all sorts of permission. You have to make sure that there's a service account. There's a cluster role binding.
Oh, wrong namespace. Operators. Operator.
Let's look for the word. Let's look for operators. Let's look for the word default in this. I feel like there's gonna be more defaults. There you go. Great ideas. Yep. Yeah, the service account was not missing, but it has been created on a different namespace, which will do it. Let's delete it again and redeploy, or you can just deploy it again, because everything is there. Just need the service account to be created.
Yep. All right.
Okay.
So then we should be able to come back over here. Describe replica sets. Okay.
Can you do just a K get all first?
Okay. Delete. Deployment all, and then replica set.
I mean, instead of doing that, let's just like delete with the file itself. Delete everything, just redeploy everything again. Whatever. When you delete deployment, replica set should.
Yeah, remember we changed some things, so it's put it in the wrong place.
Yeah, let's just.
Okay, there we go. Nothing there.
Okay, excellent.
I can't type. Okay, apply dash F.
You want me to take the wheel while typing for a second?
There you go.
Because we're using Tmux, we can do some nice little double typing at the same time. There we go. I like that.
Go. There we go. Okay.
So
Describe.
again, Kubernetes genius. Thank you. That was
that's more like it. That's more like it.
Okay. So you have the operator up and running.
Dobo, you're right. I really should use K8s or K9s. It's one of those things that I need to get in the habit of doing. Unfortunately, I'm just, I have my tools right now.
So I have a little bit of beef. So IBM created another tool called QI. JJ, I don't know if you played with it a little bit. It is also pretty cool. So QI is actually really cool. It has basically, it does like a monitoring check to see if you're up, does a green mark. It's really GUI based Kubernetes UI. So it's built on top of Kilectron. It works pretty great. My beef against this kind of tools is that for normal things I usually do, it's overkill. And for when I really need it, it doesn't do enough. So it's kind of like this, it's nice to do things. I personally didn't find that that extra information that K9s brings out really changes so much when I'm doing regular day-to-day things. For those, just regular log command or star and even does me more good than a big HTOP tool on top of Kubernetes. But again, K9s has done some amazing job in terms of getting information out of Kubernetes to you. Oh God, again, loop back off.
Well, we got one of them up.
Yeah, they're the same image.
Well, that's helpful.
Okay, so let's do kget pods again. I feel like since both of them are giving logs back.
It's probably because we're not doing it in the default namespace. There's probably something in there because we decided to put it in the operator's namespace. It got really angry with us.
Okay. Control and temp it's a kind of CRT should install before calling start kind of AWX. It's a CRT, so it is there. No match for kind AWX. Did we change the kind to AWX? Is it still tower? Can you do kget CRTs again?
Oh, I changed the name of the file. Oh, God. Okay, MV AWX operator to tower operator.yaml then tower. And then
because in the error, it looked like it was looking for the word AWX as a type, kind AWX. And
there's only 3 places in here.
Right. Okay. So can you get a kget CRDs to see if there's a okay. So only have the type towers.tower.ansible.com here.
So let's hold on. Let's take a step back. Let's go back to default namespace and do exactly what we told everyone not to do originally and see if the damn thing installs, right? By just changing the tower name of the image to the correct one and go back, right?
Okay.
Okay, delete -f tower. Okay. NS. Open up the CRDs folder.
This was supposed to be the easy part.
Yeah, I know. Okay. We'll go back to get diff. We see tower operator operators. I'm going to change this to default. Default. All right, those are the 2 places. Yep. Okay. So ns default k delete names ns op operators. Just cleaning up after myself so we don't fuck something up. And then AWX. We'll come back to that if we need to. I just want to see this thing start, right? Okay, apply -F, tower, operator. Okay. Okay, get pods. That just came up instantly. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right. So just to see.
Actually, can we, before we do something, can we read the role bind or like the role binding and the role one more time? I just want to make sure the role and the role, not the role binding, sorry, the role itself. And what does the role give us access to? It gives us access to API group that. Okay, verbs. Okay, keep scrolling down a little bit. Okay. Okay. Keep going a little bit more.
That's it.
See, the API group is tower.ansible.com. That's supposed to be, that's fine. In the error message, I saw it was looking for something called AWX.ansible.com as API group, which we didn't even deploy ever. So I don't know. Anyway, let's just take that win and move on. We can come back into like figuring why it is working. It's
yeah, computers, man, computers. Can't live with them, can't live without them. Okay, so we're going back to the docs here. We've successfully done that. So this is not what we wanted. Wait. Okay, so so the operator goes in the default namespace, and then
when we actually create the instance of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So now we can create it any namespace. Let's create a namespace back again called AWX.
Yep. Okay. Create namespace AWX.
Okay, now let's move to the AWX namespace.
So yes, PNUYASER. So the main goal today, if you're, I was cleaning up after ourselves because we made a boo boo, in essence. Our goal is to get the Ansible Tower, or Ansible AWX operator running on this Play Kubernetes cluster we have on IBM Cloud, and then we want to run some playbooks inside of it. The goal was to be able to just install it and run with it, because we've actually found some use cases internally that we want to use AWX for, and we figured we might as well at least track watching us do this from the beginning. We just got the operator installed, and it looks like everything's working how we expect it. So we should be now able to create the mytower.yaml.
Also, their logo is pretty cool. So that's another plus.
It's an important thing. It's an important thing.
I mean, I feel like most people would laugh, but I feel like for me, two of the key reasons for using a product would be, one of them is dark mode, having a dark mode in it. And two is having a cool logo. And I don't know why, like, I feel like a lot of people don't pay enough attention to these things, but these are important things.
It's true. It's true.
Like, you stare at this thing for like days on, right? Like, you have to have something pleasing to look at. You don't want to look at something eyesore.
That's right. And we are going to be doing Tower, or AWX, not Tower, because one of the core things that we try to do, or at least what I've been told on my day in and day out job, is that I need to be playing with Fedora and upstream things, just so we can help doing the find bugs or whatever. So Mofi and I discussed it, and we decided we're going to play with AWX because that is the upstream version of Tower.
And I feel like another thing is that if we were to use a Tower, right? I mean, given IBM and Red Hat's partnership, we can probably pull enough things to get like access to some Tower environment. But at the same time, us using AWX, if we find pain points, then we can take that back to the upstream project and say, this is how we can improve this product that people love so much.
Now, if you noticed, I did sweep by pretty quickly. You notice that we have to tell the Tower image and the web image. Now, with us looking at this earlier, I think they changed the name. Oh no, AWX Web and AWX Task. Is that still the same ones? Yes. And let's make sure that it is the correct version. Okay, so no, we're not supposed to. So it turns out we're not supposed to use them. We're supposed to use the AWX version. I'm glad I looked at this.
So let's just, another thing you want to check probably, like how long ago. So last time this operator was touched was 2 months ago. So again, in cloud native time, this is probably a lifetime. So I don't blame them for like not having the document the most up to date. But again, that's why we're here. We're gonna try this out. We're gonna change things around, and
formatting is busted too.
Yeah, we're gonna get them a nice little pull request after the end of this today.
Oh yeah, that's gonna happen. So let's live dangerously and go with latest.
You wanna get us killed, JJ?
Absolutely, that's the way we do it.
I mean, so we need the AWX, and so I don't think that both images are. So there are 2 images. So for both of them, we're gonna supposed to use just AWX.
That's actually from 2 weeks ago when I was playing around with this originally. It looks like they rolled everything into one container. That actually is everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if you do want the version for it though, it is 14.0.0.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, JJ.
And then what we're going to do is we're going to grab this. And what we'll do is...
we got to change the host name to the long host name that we get.
Yeah. Give me a second here. I can never remember what it is. And don't worry, internet, this will not be up here after this thing. So if you decide to try to abuse us, it will not be there.
I mean, this is also not like secret information anyway, so it's fine.
Well, I mean, the login's like literally right here, man.
Oh yeah, right. So I mean, if you run something cool, we'll probably keep it, but don't run something bad, like terrible.
There you go.
If you're running something cool, some cool jobs, we can probably it'll be lenient. But
all right, so
if it's some like
KY-F AWX. No, what do I call it? My AWX. K-apply-f my AWX. All right. Well, that seemed too easy.
All right, now let's look at, well. Because we just deployed the operator will go ahead, the reconciler loop for the operator will come in whenever. So like kget all, let's see what he got. Okay, let's do kget tower. So we have the tower created, and tower will do its thing at some point in the future. Also, let's
it says after a few minutes.
Yeah. So yeah.
Good God, this there's so many formatting errors in this thing. I'm sorry, this is driving me crazy. Git checkout run through. Oh, God damn it. Git checkout -b run through vim readme. God damn it. Readme. Okay, so first thing first, tower admin that. So, oh no, that is right. Because it's telling you to look at the thing above it. Okay, that's fine. But this should be...
There's one, yeah, there's one of them with 2 extra quote thing right above this. Where was that?
Where was it?
Let's look on the right side again.
Hang on 1 second. Visual. What the hell? Down. Okay.
I mean, if you just search for 2 backticks back to back, I think you'll find it.
And then we can do, oops. Because then I get it nice and formatted and colored. And then we do this guy, that with bash.
That is bash. Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, yeah, AWX. Okay. You know, it's so nice they did it twice.
And then look, this isn't whatchamacallit.
Yeah, I think what happened was they probably used some sort of tool like where they wrote the code not in Markdown directly, but something else that converted to Markdown.
Oh yeah.
So GitHub is GitHub is super lenient in terms of the backtick is the one above below escape key. Yeah, that's one. I mean, I know where it is. I know you know where it is. It's just
yeah, we'll come back to that later.
Okay. Let's just see. Have we stalled enough for it to do things? So kget pods or deploy. It created something. What did it create?
Where did it create?
That sounds like a good question. Can you do kget pods? That's just all namespaces. That's gonna print out a ton of things here, but
evil Kata, since we did AWX in the my AWX file. Oh good God, there's a lot of stuff on here.
So let's grep for AWX in this. Or tower. Yeah. I don't know if we called it. I think we're gonna get tower, the name tower here.
There we go. Crash.
There's a tower operator. Something failed. Yeah, something failed horribly. Let's look at that. Why is it failing? So this is in the default namespace, and we're going to do k describe. And you can just say pods or just that name. Or you have to k describe pod.
Yeah.
All right, so it was started, right? 10 minutes ago, it was started container operator. 91 seconds ago, all of a sudden, we got a backup restarting failed container. Okay, it's interesting. So I don't know if we're gonna even get any logs from it, but let's try it anyway. Yeah. You have to specify a container from there. It's the same error, right? Like it's like kind is AWX. Why is it looking for AWX here?
So did I run something wrong here in my AWX? Deployment type of AWX.
Right. I mean, if we believe their documentation to be correct, which at this point I'm starting to believe that's not.
So maybe we should just roll back and try these old versions just to see if it works.
Yeah, why not? I
mean, we just want to see it work before we start messing with it farther, right?
Yeah.
All right. So try that. And then K apply -F my AWX. K get pods. The operator's still upset.
Right. So, I mean, operators was running. So when we tried deploying something, that somehow took the operator down. So,
Delete this pod to kick it.
I mean, if we delete the operator, it'll probably come back again, right? Because it's backed by deployment. So one of the suggestions was log the containers. Do you mean log the containers of the operators? Because it didn't create anything else anywhere else, right? So when we logged it, it was talking about something about kind AWX, which we didn't really create. We don't have a CRD for AWX either.
And it's just stuck right now. That's fine.
I mean, it's stuck because it's trying to create it. Like, so can you do kget pods on that namespace if you're on the same namespace?
Sorry, say it again.
Kget pods again here.
You know, you can type things too, you know. Hey, there we go.
I know. They're back up,
So
right? They're up on.
Do you want to reapply that? Here, go ahead and reapply that my AWX and see if that.
Okay. So, okay, before we apply that, just did you change the values to the old task one?
Yes.
Oh yeah, it is. Okay. So
Wait, what? Why is it unchanged?
that's a good question. Kget tower. Oh, we did it in a different namespace, right? So, right.
Oh
so
shit! Yeah. We need to change. Yeah, we need to change that.
No, it's fine. The fine because the word has the namespace here. If we apply it anywhere, it's gonna go to that namespace. That is okay.
Oh.
So, this tower is 2 minutes something seconds old. When did we reapply? I think you reapplied it already. I mean, nothing is there, so I don't think.
Yeah. Figures. You never know. Just give it a shot.
Yeah. I mean, NS default. Ugh, okay. Okay, we basically, if we try to do something, we basically take it down. Okay, logs tower operator dash C operator.
Yep.
There is a little bit shorter.
The kind AWX is not found available in Kubernetes. So it's back to the CRD that Evil was talking about, right?
So what I am thinking here is that the thing we tried doing with changing the tower name to like only the image to tower, I think we gotta go the extra mile and change everything to AWX.
All right, let's do it.
So yeah, that's Vim. I'm not gonna touch Vim.
All right. So so we want to delete the operator first, right?
Yeah, let's first go delete the namespace where the operator is create, like the instance of the tower. So let's delete the my AWX thing first.
Yeah, okay. Okay, delete.
No, let's just yeah, we can just delete that. Then we can just delete the namespace.
AWX.
Okay, now let's delete my operator as it stands right now.
AWX operator.
Deploy.
Get diff. This is all in.
Yeah. So what we saw that, from the chat. Thanks for pointing this out as well. That it's looking for this operator like a CRD called AWX, but a CRD we installed is called tower. I'm guessing when we try to do the AWX instance, it looks for AWX internally for some reasons. Well, the reason that it is AWX.
Dumb question. If you look here and back to what Evil was talking about earlier, looking at the CRDs directory, if this tower operator YAML is everything that we install, right? But
Yeah.
there's still all of this stuff. This is what we actually run, but it doesn't reference any of these things.
Right. So basically, the operator SDK uses these things to generate the final YAML file that we get. So this YAML file is the accumulation of all the different things SDK has access to. So look for CRD, like custom resource definition, or the word here, CRD. I don't know if the word is set as CRD here. So yeah, basically custom resource definition in the same file, you have that definition as well. See that? The name is tower, group is tower ansible. So we're gonna have to, well, I don't know if we can look back at the log, because at the log, we're looking for a specific name. That's the name we want to actually keep it. For example, the kind from tower, we want to change it to kind, like AWX. I think it is all uppercase, I believe, yeah. And plural, I don't know what you want to name the plural, AWXs?
Yeah, I guess.
Sure. Singular is AWX. It's namespace. List kind is going to be AWX list. We missed it. Right below the uppercase AWX, it should be list kind would be AWX list.
Oh, I'm with you now.
Yeah. And then the name would be awx.ansible.com. That's above. Group is awx.ansible.com. I mean, yeah, let's keep going. Some of them are just text, so we don't care. But sure, let's change it. Okay. And the pattern already checks for both, so that's fine.
All right. And then
excuse me. Okay, so the image's name, it's fine. Looks like that service account name. Let's change that to, I mean, it doesn't matter, but let's change it anyway. So to everything in WX. The name. So yeah. Service account. API group.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Resource name.
By the way, this is not delightful. All right.
Okay, so let's look for the word tower here. Okay.
Nothing.
Okay, let's look for all the instance of AWX, the word AWX, see if we have everything spelled or things correctly. AWX operator, AWX.com, the operator. Good. Okay, I think we're almost there. So let's try this one out for size.
Do we change the file name too while we're here?
Sure, why not? I mean,
couldn't we actually submit, like, anyway, no, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yeah. Well, let's confirm that this works, and then we can probably have a conversation about whether or not the tower and the AWX operator should be separated out, because they're fundamentally need so many changes to work with each other.
Yep. Get checkout tower operator. There we go. Create a new file called AWX operator.
Excellent. Okay.
AWX.
Okay, so let's go to our. I think we're already in default namespace, but let's look at.
You got it. You drive.
Aha. Okay. I was looking at it. It's okay. Okay. Get ns. Okay. Get pro. Okay, so it is running. So far, so good. Okay. Create ns awx. So we're in ns awx. We're in this namespace. So. All right.
A little higher.
Okay. So get my AWX. I think because this image, we know there's a newer version available. You want to just like try it out with this first, then move to that one? Because the error we're getting are kind of similar. Let's try this one out. Okay, apply.
I want to see AWX before trying to get AWX.
Right. Okay. Ooh, okay, here we go. Oh, this one we're still trying tower. Right. We don't have that. Okay, that's actually good. You do it.
It's good that it broke it instantly, right?
Right.
AWX. So we can do here, which is AWX and AWX.
All uppercase. Yep.
AWX.
The rest of the things I think is fine. It's okay. Apply -F my AWX K. Get now AWX. We have that. K get PO, nothing. K get deploy, still nothing. Okay. Let's go to K NS default.
Make sure our pod's still up.
K get PO.
Oh, here we go.
Still running. This is good news so far.
We have to wait.
Right. I mean, I'm okay with waiting as long as the waiting in the end comes with something, right? Like if I'm waiting for nothing, that I have a little bit issue with. Not that I'm completely opposed to the idea.
Hey,
things happening.
I like it. Just do a stern. Type stern. No. Type stern.
Why?
I want to see the rainbow. I want to see the rainbow.
No, stop it. Stop it, JJ. Don't be greedy. Okay, get PO. What are the names? Okay, stern AWX. Okay, let's hopefully logs are coming out at some point.
No whammies. No whammies. No whammies.
I mean, so it already created a Postgres database for us, which is nice. You know what? Stern is not doing anything for me. I'm gonna do watch.
Yeah, right.
It takes a few minutes. Again, I am okay with it. Let it take 10 minutes. I'm okay with it. Right? As long as pods are up, so that I mean, Stern technically would have done something for us now, but that ship has sailed.
Come on, Postgres.
So Postgres is going to take a second because it's doing a stateful set, so it's going to take us some time. So this is the reason it's going to take a while, though, because stateful sets are traditionally probably the hardest part of Kubernetes, honestly. We got that too. All right, everything is up, as the kids say in the blocks. Okay, get ingress. This is the part where it should just work out. Now, JJ, if you would like to go to this URL. It didn't do anything, did it?
Bad gateway.
Well, it's something. Okay. Well, let's just say, hold on. Okay, get service. So we have this service. We have this AWX service running. What if we change the service to use node port and try to directly access this service?
That works. Well, if you go back, hold on. Go back to the whatever the fuck it is called. And it was, I just chose, like, we just changed the ingress set to route. Right?
Oh, route would only work in OpenShift.
Oh, that's right.
Right, that's yeah, no, that's fine though, right? Like, let's say this is on a server, right? So this is not gonna actually work. I was gonna just port forward this. If you had this access to this cluster from your local machine, you could have just port forwarded this service and tried your local host something.
Nah. Well, I mean, I do, but I want to see it in the real world.
Right. Oh, well, your computer is real, JJ. Believe in your computer.
I don't.
Edit service. I'm gonna just edit this service again. Never actually do this. This is terrible. But at this point, I'm more concerned with working versus actually doing the right thing. Oh boy. Okay. So cluster IP. Where's the type at? Okay, type. Here's the type. Okay. Okay, get service. So we have the 31280. You want to find the public IP of it? Hold on. Okay, get node. What? No, that's not the public IP. That's the ingress. That's the load balancer. That's not gonna work.
Mm-hmm.
So we need this external IP.
Which one?
Any one of them. We have 3 external IP. Take one of them, and we need the colon the 31280 port. Well, maybe not the word TCP after, but okay, we didn't get anywhere. So well, I'm not saying I'm happy about it, but this is
cluster.
Get ingress. So ingress has this get ingress dash. Oh, YAML. I want to see what the ingress is doing actually. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I went to the 51.2 address from the ingress, and it's actually doing stuff.
What? Well, I guess that's why the ingress didn't show up. Let's try to go to the URL one more time. Yeah, so that's not up. Okay, one last thing. Try to go to the URL, the public IP and the node port again.
God damn it.
Not the
okay. This one.
Not this one. This is the ingress IP. Go to the public IP / colon. So this would be get node. This would be like 169.62.217.86 one. Colon 3131320. Is that what we're talking about? Yeah.
Oh.
Get rid of everything else in the end and try to go there.
That works.
Okay, so it's the same thing. It's the same thing everywhere. So it was just not up at the time. Anyway, so we saw the wings. We saw the angels from the heavens looking down on us and saying, you know what, you shall see AWX today. So okay,
almost there.
That's good.
Almost there. Almost.
Oh, I mean, it can still fail.
Excellent.
JJ, you do the darndest things. Anyway, so let's talk about the steps. I mean, you did create a whole thing called notes where we have put nothing so far. Let's put some notes in the notes. Where we can talk about.
Could we could delete the service, this node port service, can we now?
No. This service, well, we can change it back to cluster IP, but this service itself is where the AWX is. We're talking from with the ingress.
Oh, got it. Okay,
right.
So we just won't fuck. We won't fuck with it. No, never mind.
I mean, I can change it back.
No. But you know what we should do? Now that we know this is actually, well, it hasn't actually. Is there a way to see the logs here? Like K.
There is, like, there is the pod still running, right? So K get PO, right? So okay, if you do a start on the AWX thing.
Yeah. 7 6. There we go.
So okay. things are happening.
Wait. Yeah. Well, hold on. I just want to see the bottom of it real fast. Or isn't it like dash tail F or whatever? I don't remember.
I mean, it's gonna stay tail eventually. So give it a second.
Yeah.
Or minute. I don't know. Like, I don't know how long the log is.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Control C out of that. Don't worry about that.
It's not letting me control C out of this. Oh, yeah. I control C out of it by literally closing my shell terminal. I did it too. Damn, did I kill? I think I killed the AWX, the whole.
Yeah, you did.
I control C wait one too many times.
No. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay.
All right. So CD AWX operator.
Do you have the environment and everything set up proper?
Yeah,
Kubernetes?
everything should be there.
Okay.
Should be. Let's double check. Okay, get ingress. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, we're good. We're solid. We're solid. Okay, good.
Okay. So git or hub fork. Of course, that wasn't too easy. Okay, so we want to go over here. So while this is going, we can spend a couple moments updating this guy, right? Because obviously we found some stuff, and we can come along. Oh, nice. Okay. Thanks, Dobo. Give me 2 seconds here. Export stern.
So stern dash tail
dash f dash tail equals.
Let's do like 100 or 1,000. 1,000
Yeah.
is fine.
Nope, didn't like that. Where's the follow?
I think the F goes before the name.
There is no F.
Oh boy. I think it's just tail. There is no. Let's get rid of the F.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh. I'm just worried that we're seeing like errors. But no, it looks like things are actually happening.
So I feel like it is almost like a loop that keeps on running until things get to the point it's supposed to get to.
Yeah, it's still going. Yeah. Okay. All right, so back here. Did I fork this? I did. Copy. Git remote. Add JJ. That. Okay, so let's talk about what we have here. Git status. We have, let's check the README, right? Again, because it's not 100% right. Usage. We want to bring this in and bash. Make that nice and pretty. Sure, that's some YAML. That's fine. Tower, more YAML. Okay, so this guy needs to come over here. Delete all that. YAML. Finish the fence. Same here. Can you just do a sanity check on the README, how it is, and tell me what I'm missing while I'm going through all this?
Yeah, I'm also like, as you're typing, I'm looking at it. So
perfect. Yeah. God damn. What the hell is going on? Just doesn't smell right to me. Something doesn't smell right.
yeah, we'll give it a couple of minutes. At that point, we might have to like go back and change the like task runner Docker image to
Kubectl
the
logs
newest.
dash f pod name. It looks like the DB migration didn't happen.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here as well. Like the error message looks like they're trying to put some stuff into Postgres and they're just like not liking it. So,
yeah.
So that task is happening with the AWS task, and there's those two Docker images. So it might be after a couple of minutes, if it still doesn't happen, might be worth changing those Docker images to the latest version.
Okay. I mean, I guess we actually have the incantation now, so we could, in theory, use the more up-to-date one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm with you now. I'm with you now.
Yeah. So let's.
While that's going, yeah, finish one thing at a time, right?
Yeah. Let's update the docs while we're at it. I mean, I think figuring out that the image name itself was different. It is the difficult thing where Docker image internally, it was looking for a different Kubernetes kind. I'm not sure why that decision was taken. Because if AWX, and it is the upstream of Tower, and then if I want to run the AWX version, it all of a sudden starts looking for the kind AWX to be available. It's a bit confusing, but
it really is. It really is.
That basically means I couldn't hot swap one for the other, right? As I'm using AWX, if we set it up, let's say at some point I see, you know what, managing it all myself is not fun. I want to go for the number one, both are number one.
Yeah, Markdown's smart enough to add to it.
Yeah,
they had they had it up at the very beginning of the file, and then now for some reason they had number 2 there, so I just changed it to be consistent. Ah, it's because you're watching me, Mofi. I can't type.
So here, another thing here, right? Like I feel like this upstream, or like the fork we're making, we might end up making it for AWX rather than making it for Tower. So all the images we build here will end up being AWX images.
Okay, well, one step at a time, Mofi. One step at a time. We're just trying to unify this thing right now.
Right.
That's great. That's an amazing line.
That's not I think you can just put a hashtag in front so that it's commented out. It doesn't actually do anything.
Yeah.
What is test everything even?
Well, that's the joke, right? Like, you need to test everything before you do anything. There you go. All right. Okay, so now we got that done. So we can go back into the deploy. So we want to blow up.
Not the deploy. We want to just go back to my AWX, right? It already exists. The operator is doing its job. Yeah. It started the thing, but I am concerned that
we want to delete it now, don't we?
Yeah. My AWX, just delete it. Our Starn will stop maybe.
Well, if we're doing it right, it should, right? Yeah. You should see nothing. There we go. Things breaking things. Right?
No, I mean, it's delete. We just send the delete command. Kubernetes delete is I was reading through some documentation on how, like, when you make an action like Kubernetes deploy something, how many steps it has to go through before actually something happens. It's fascinating. It's just like the amount of thing Kubernetes just does it. It's pretty cool.
It looks like you changed your AWX manifest to have AWX instead of Tower in places where you shouldn't have, and it made it angry.
Well, where we didn't have the AWX instead of Tower, it made the operator angry. So
yeah.
Looks like we can't make both party happy at the same time, which is.
Oh, look at that! It showed up.
God damn it! Cancel the delete. Cancel the delete.
I think that's way too. I think we missed that one.
Is it too late to say sorry?
Yeah, right. Well, the ingress is still there.
Can you do kget pods? It didn't. It ignored our command though. So, I mean.
Oh no! There we go. It's real angry now. Oh, good God. Oh, good God.
Okay, so can you do kget all? I want to see what is there. Still.
Oh, good God. We really made it angry.
Just kill the Starn on the bottom and then do a kget all.
Ah, shit. All right. Yeah, we broke Tmugs. Okay.
Oh no. Well, I think the username and password has changed me, JJ. I don't know if you want to
Yeah.
try it out while you're in it.
Okay. PSWX grep. Or what was it?
You call it AWX, right?
Yeah, there's a way to kill all tmux sessions. Tmux
Oh,
ls tmux. Isn't it kill AWX? Kill session AWX.
I think AWX already deleted though, right? You just exited. Oh, no, hold on. I think you. What did you do? Why am I outside?
There we go. Yeah, I killed it, so it wasn't doing the stern stuff anymore.
Okay, cool.
So let me make this
Did
big.
Did you make a new session again?
I will in just a second.
Okay.
Sounds good. AWX. Okay, here we go. Okay, get pods. Okay, we're nothing in AWX namespace now.
Well, hold on. NS AWX. NS AWX. K get pods. Okay, we have nothing. K get ingress. Another S. Another S. There's nothing. K get all. Okay, we got rid of everything. The only thing that was working, JJ, that was a dumb idea. Oh. Anyway, let's just do this while we're at it. Let's just update it to the latest. I don't know. Let's just say AWX and it's gonna be latest, whatever. Yeah.
As the kids say, YOLO.
I don't even think the kids say it anymore. It's just kids also gave up on it.
There you go. All right, K apply -F my AWX. Okay.
All right, now let's
get all watch cube CTL. All right, here we go.
All right, this time it didn't even start creating. It's just except for the Postgres, it didn't start creating anything. Okay, now we're seeing our pods. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And this time the Postgres created like blazing fast, which took. Oh, I know why. Because the stateful set keeps the same thing. So if you're trying to create the same exact thing over again, it kept the information already because it is stateful set.
Well, that's good. That means we didn't have to wait forever, and we already have Postgres up and running, right? So couldn't we go? Like, oh shit.
No.
Can we see the logs of Postgres to see it actually looking? Okay, get.
Yeah, sure.
Or K logs pod AWX Postgres.
Well, everything is running now already, so fatal. Oh, starting up. Okay, never mind.
So we're still waiting for it to come. Oh, so to who was it? Was it Dobo? Yeah, the DB migration. So we should see the DB migration on the right-hand side at some point. Then we can go back to the front end again, right?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like we should be able to just refresh the page for the ingress at least to see something.
It'll just be starting up. Yeah, it'll just say be starting up, right?
Right.
Well, that's a new error, but that's fine, right?
No.
That's fine because we got to wait for
got
to wait for the database to start. Like we can't do anything until that happens. My hesitation is it's taking a really long time for the database to start.
Okay. Wow, we got like 1,700 total errors here. That's actually, instead of checking the Postgres log, let's check the log from our AWX itself. Well, we have to do we have containers there.
I mean,
So you
I'm
have
assuming it's a
the
task, right?
most
The
likely.
task is, yeah, well, we wouldn't be Memcache, wouldn't be Redis, and the web is the web front end. So it's got to be the task. Oh, that's not helpful. It's doing the.
Can you stop it? I just want to read the error. Just stop it for 1 second.
I'm trying. It's all. Well, if it's saying a database connection is not happening.
Right.
And it broke my terminal again. But now it's actually gone to the next step, right?
Right. Okay.
So again, let's not fuck with this. Let's just let it do its thing. We'll come back.
I mean, from previous experience, it gets to the point where it gets to the login page. I mean, it takes awful long time. And I feel like the reason we see all this error, instead of like waiting longer and trying, it just becomes very impatient and keeps trying until it gets it. It's like almost like an infinite retry loop, which I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like a little bit longer wait time is nicer. Generally
there
speaking.
You go. Database connections failing, right? It says it's starting up. So it's back to we need to look at the Postgres till, oh, God damn it. To whenever this thing finishes starting up. I wish it would tell us more than it's just starting up, though. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Ready to accept connections.
Aha! Took about 2 days, but here we are.
Okay, so that should mean.
Let's not go that route again. Just wait for a second. Just give it 5 minutes, JJ. We can talk about life in the meantime.
There you go. I like it. Oh. Well, actually, you know what I can do? I can kick over the quiz. If you don't know, we have a little quiz on our channel. And if you do, I believe it's Bang Q. I'll put up a little quiz channel, and I'm going to go bio real quick. So, for instance, you saw in the chat right there, 3306, and we can actually do some points. And if you see here, oh, it didn't work. Damn it. Okay. Well, anyway, cool. Well, we're still here, but I'm going to go ahead and put the be right back up. We'll give it about 5 minutes. Bio, get some water, and then we'll keep jumping in. How about that, Mofi? That good?
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, cool. So we'll be right back. Thanks, everybody. back. Hello, everyone.
All right.
Thanks for saying.
Yeah. While we're away, there were some like trivia questions. PNU Wazer and I like fought pretty like neck and neck in this competition, but I feel like he or she won in the long run, got more answers. And some of them also like, is the UI for seeing the leaderboard available somewhere? Is it down now?
So that was that one thing when it flashed up black, and that was supposed to be the leaderboard. But I guess I got to talk to Nibs because I think he may have moved it, and I don't have the updated link, unfortunately.
Yeah, right. Well, it will be up. If it was up, you would see that how you have more points than anyone here, which is pretty cool. Yeah, there are some really cool questions there. I learned a couple of things here and there too. Some of them I knew, obviously. But some of them I put up the question, so it's a little bit of like unfair advantage. But I'm still losing, so I don't know how unfair is that actually.
All right, looks like our scheduler is still running.
Yes. But like in the meantime, right? Let's talk a little bit about like what is the purpose of Ansible and like AWX to begin with. I feel like deploying this thing is probably going to be cool. It's going to be like have a nice little logo, but let's talk about what is the actual problem we're trying to solve here. I feel like that is so JJ mentioned that we're trying to solve this internal problem, and it happens to be like a job that we submit that needs to happen. And when you think of job and doing something task at this kind of thing, there are more options, a lot of options you can think of, right? Like for example, a classic example would be your basic CI/CD pipelines that you have. Your Travis, your I don't know, I can't think of any other CI/CD platform for a second. Your Circle CI, you have your Jenkins X, you name it, right? You have all these different options to run a job specified. But those that work really well when you have very strict things that needs to happen. For example, you push your code to GitHub and some job starts. Like, so there's a clear start and end in mind, right? But the task we are trying to achieve happens to be a little bit more like non-formal in the sense that you could ask for this task anytime, and the task itself has to be really customizable. So for this kind of an option, we have only a few options in our hand, right? One of them is the one we were initially doing was writing custom code for doing everything, which is at the starting out actually probably a really good option. So I don't actually recommend anyone to start with CI/CD before having a clear idea of what is supposed to happen, because when you start with that level of abstraction without having a clear idea what needs to happen, what happens is you get lost in the abstraction instead of actually solving the problem you're trying to solve. So we started with the code like we probably should. Then now we are thinking, how can we make it so that we can run arbitrary commands in the system? This system happens to be a Kubernetes cluster, which wouldn't actually, it's not like a cluster that just stays around forever. It's a cluster that can show up anytime, right? You can spin up a new cluster, and on that new cluster, you're going to do something. For that kind of thing, we have now a few other options, right? One is Terraform, which is like a lot of people know. Ansible is one of them. We can use Ansible. But we kind of like settled on Ansible because with Ansible, it's actually extremely simple for anyone to define node like a playbook that does some things. And that's where we're coming to solve this problem with Ansible with. Now with Ansible Tower, now we get the format around Ansible that lets us, Ansible Tower, Ansible AWX has a thing called a REST server that we can send job directly to Ansible. Instead of directly running Ansible commands ourselves, now we can send a job as a REST endpoint or even as a container with the job wrapped around with it. So, JJ, anything to add there?
No, this is great. Keep going.
Right. So when we have this whole set of things set up, now what we can say is you as a separate user of our application can come and say, I have this requirement of running this particular thing on the Kubernetes cluster once it's spun up. How do I do that? We don't have to say, you know what, this is a very custom case, but we don't have the bandwidth to write that for you right now. Instead, we say, you know what, that's a very unique case. Can you give us a Ansible playbook that does it? And in most cases, the answer probably would be yes. And if they can, we can just take that Ansible playbook and run it against AWX. So it gives us a couple of things. One, uniform way to define new tasks that we didn't anticipate for. And number two is a place where you can run this task with pretty much a lot of guarantee that it's going to work when it runs, right? Instead of when you write our custom code, some API change, something breaks, all of a sudden it doesn't work anymore. You have to go back and actually change code. Instead, it's all defined via configuration, which we can like get new things in without having to change actual underlying code of it, which is probably the beauty and which will help us really scale the solution we're trying to make. And that is, I think, in many people, a lot of people in the industry are also probably in the same problem area. You're facing similar issues of running workload or like doing this kind of things where you don't necessarily know the exact thing in that needs to happen. If you know that this is the scope of your application, this is everything that needs to happen, I'm not gonna say that, oh, you need to use AWX or you need to use some sort of configuration like this task runner, because if you can say these are the 4 things my application is going to do, writing code for 4 things is probably not bad, right? So premature optimization and abstraction is never wanted, and you probably don't want to do that anyway. So if you can say my application needs to do this X amount of things and the X is never going to grow, I like going to this level of abstraction is probably overkill and actually gonna bring more problem than good anyway.
Yeah. So in a very kind of roundabout way, Mofi's describing one of the problem we have is that we, in essence, for lack of a better term, we're building a cloud on top of our cloud, is the running joke, because we provide a service. And it seems that AWX and the idea that Ansible playbooks already exist to install a lot of these post-provisioning processes, why not use the tool that does the job? Why recreate it for ourselves? The goal after we get AWX up and running here is we actually wanted to write a small little playbook, and that's the reason why I say Ansible and AWS in the top, is that we want to write a nice simple little playbook to install just an Nginx service on the Kubernetes cluster that we're installing AWX on, so we can actually see and have at least a beginning of a playbook that installs something with Kubernetes manifest. Hopefully we'll get there. I don't know if you saw that I just highlighted something a moment ago. It even in the errors here, if you see it, scroll by real quick, unfortunately, it knows it is still updating. So things are still happening. I have no way of knowing what is happening right now, but at least the state of the logs are saying that it's still installing. So I'm assuming, was it, who was it? Dobo. I'm assuming you might actually even be a Ansible developer and or AWX Red Hatter. That hopefully you know that this is still a problem, or what we know, or whatever. But yeah, we're still going. But while we're doing this, Mofi, do you want to go back to our PR here?
Yeah.
So we can talk about this a little bit more. We've decided that by us changing this to deploy AWX operator, we've recreated everything here, right? So what do you think? Like, is this something worth upstreaming already? Granted, we haven't actually seen it work yet.
Yeah, so I think we should hold on until doing this, because there are a couple of concerns here, right? One is, was this operator meant so that it can be used with both AWX and Tower? Because if it was, doesn't look like it was tested to the point, because we found very early on the things breaking, right? And it's breaking on a very fundamental thing where it's looking for a named kind like a CRD that doesn't exist. So we have to ask that question, like, is it even feasible to think that we can use the same operator for both AWX and Power? Right? If we can, then like we have to look at how we can either make it so that when you deploy it for AWX, they fundamentally changes something, or in the code we're not looking for the hard-coded AWX versus Tower thing. So that's the one. And the other side of this thing is, if it is separated, then it probably will be worth just changing, not just like our created file. We just changed the file that is generated by operator SDK. What we will actually end up changing is all the other files that we didn't touch, right? And then we'll use the operator SDK to build this SDK ourselves. So, I'm guessing this is a Helm-based SDK because it doesn't look like there's an actual Go code or Ansible code. Well, it'll be funny if the SDK was written in Ansible. That would be pretty actually interesting. But it seems like it's in one of the Helm-based SDKs, or I could be wrong. It could be an Ansible-based SDK too. But like the file we changed, that file I think is generated. I don't think that file is actually like hard-coded. Like this file, we generate this file, then use this file to bundle the SDK and push it. So
I don't know.
So there are a couple of other things, right? For example, the Ansible tower image doesn't even exist on the public GitHub. So we need to do some inquiry into why is that? What is the reasoning, or what is the reason behind that? So the only thing keeps on failing. I'm seeing migration. So can you stop the output on the right? Okay. So on here, a couple of outputs we see: post CSP violation, HTTP 1.1, we're getting 302, so it's moved. There's another one. Well, it's not on the page right now. There's one for migration.
Hang on. Yeah, here this is it basically constantly trying over and over and over. And so the state of it is installing upgrading. So if we go back to the task is, it looks like it's up and running and just doing what we expect it to, right? So that's not actually doing anything. And if we come back to the Postgres, it's up and running and listening. So
okay. So let's look at the web. What's with the web? What is web doing? Was it web the output there we were seeing a second ago?
The constant ping of us trying to get in there.
Okay.
So wait, hold on, check that out. So something actually, this appeared every once in a while. So I think that's actually doing what we expect it to do. I think, but I have no way of knowing.
Okay. So we have this endpoint get migration not run generated something. This looks different than what we were getting. You have to try out the UI one more time, because login backdrop partial Oh no, it's not.
Yeah, it's still sitting there.
Okay.
And there's no get pods. There's nothing else in here that
there's the Redis and memcached, right? I don't think any of those are. They're just for caching stuff.
Yep. Got a little visitor.
So yeah. Huh.
There's no verbose, right? Where the hell is this in the process, apart from this little turny thing and a bunch of errors saying it's still doing its thing, right?
So so we're not writing anything in the Postgres database anymore. It doesn't look like, because Postgres just says it's ready for connection.
Yeah.
So the operator already has done its job. The Postgres database is right. The operator is already spun up whatever needs to spin up. Operator is not doing anything anymore.
Well, hold on. Actually, that's a good point. Okay, get pods. Okay.
Right. Operator shouldn't be doing anything anymore.
Well,
but
let's take a look anyway.
Right.
You never know.
Yep, one of two.
Yeah.
So, okay, as I was saying, so this Ansible operator uses Ansible as the operator. So it's nice. It's actually pretty wholesome.
Mhm.
So it's an operator built using Ansible. Pretty cool. But you know, cool dot not butter my parsnips here. I need to actually do stuff. So this is, yeah, this is it. The play recap, this finished. They're both done with the thing they tried to do.
Yeah.
And this is just doing some roly on the side. So AWX is upgrading. Other than that, it shows basically nothing. Actually, let's do this. Can you right click and go to the like network tab? Like not here, like inspect on this and say, I want to see the network tab here. Like what network calls this web page is making to the backend.
Yeah. Hang on, where is it?
Developer tools. I think if you just go to inspect element, that's you're gonna open up the thing, and here you can go to network. That's the fourth one from the left.
Thanks.
Yeah.
It's doing the the 302s.
Right. The CSV violation command we see here, we're getting the same one. So we can see the output of these commands here actually if you want. So if you click on one of them, we can then see what we get as an output, like response. Yeah, it just happened.
Well, it's posting. It's not actually doing anything. Right?
How about the one we got 200 for? That's a get. Oh, we're just getting the status. Okay. It's making a ton of requests. It's insane. Does the page automatically refresh?
Oh, hold on, migration.
Well, on the post, you can see what is it's posting. I mean, I don't know if that's gonna help or anything, but
So, is there a way to pause this?
I think that's a good question. Oh, I think there. Is that pause next to the search button? Is that a pause button? And I'm in the middle of this page. Ah, it is. Yeah, you can just run it, then get all them, then pause it. Video is frozen. I don't think it is. I'm watching the stream as well. Problem was our original manifest. Oh no. Okay, so we paused it, but did he get any output here that he can take a look?
No, it's all just the refresh.
So CSP violation, what does that even mean?
God, I hit the pause button and damn thing keeps going.
Well, the spirit of this is strong.
It really is. God damn it.
This is just asking for JavaScript and whatnot. So that's that. Well,
let's try that.
Well, you just got rid of the A in the front, so it's just going to WX now.
No, it's still going. Yeah. Nope.
Last time when you started deleting stuff, it showed up.
It was only so easy.
So this is okay.
Like I really don't know what our next step is here.
Yeah, go to console one more time. I just saw some output here. What is this? Oh, that's nothing. Okay. Yeah, that's security stuff. That's okay. That's just like some font it tried to load and it wasn't allowed to.
Like the best we've seen so far is
when we had the
web.
task as you're in the wrong namespace, so you gotta go to AWX.
Yeah, like this is like at least some information, but it's just
I mean,
calling the thing.
but the thing we're seeing here is the web. This is the
It's
web's
the other side
backend.
of the, yeah.
Right.
The other side of what we're seeing.
So let's do this. Close that browser window. Just close it. Okay. Now let's keep an eye here. Do you see anything? We're not gonna see any output other than this.
Oh, it's actually
right. So the all the things we're seeing is because of the browser window trying to call this endpoint. Oh, okay, ready. Now go to the browser window. Oh no.
Hang on. No, it's still gone.
I saw the okay ready. I was happy with it. Damn it.
Yeah. No, we saw that earlier too.
What does any of this mean?
Literally no idea.
Ah. Another thing I want to
Twitter. Our friends in OpenShift and Red Hat are not on Twitch right now.
Where are you gonna raid?
No, I was gonna see if I can find a Red Hatter that might be able to point us in the direction of an AWS person.
At least we should get at least Jason, who could have at least said if the operator looks okay. I mean, I feel like the operator. If you in the chat, if you don't know, so Jason Dobbs, he works for Red Hat. He wrote a book on operators. So if you like, if we have a question on operators, he should be one of the few experts in the world that knows really well of why it is not working.
That's right. Red Hat has today off. Shit.
Or what? It's just like just off.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. There's our result 2. Okay, ready again, which means fuck all.
I was about to say. I mean, it's nice, but why? I don't even know what. But like again, all this output we are getting is from the browser just trying to refresh itself. So let's just like ignore that for a second and see the backend come online. I wish that some of them are like, exist at a 0 expected, like, okay, expected, then what? Like, so you expect it, but why do I care if you expect it? I care that it is showing up.
Yep. I mean, okay. So let's exec -tit bin bash. Okay. So var log ls ltra plus tower dispatcher nothing ws broadcast. That's real helpful, guys. Real helpful. Okay. What else are we seeing here?
Okay, so at what level we say, you know what, cut our losses, this is not going anywhere, keep it here running if it decides to come online at some point. instead of using an operator, at some point, do we want to start looking at something like a Helm chart for this? Because our goal is to get AWX running on our cluster, right?
Mhm.
Operator and Helm chart, they're kind of like two angles to get the same result out. So
here's the Kubernetes, and they actually tell you on the official AWX, they tell you to use the Helm chart.
right.
And I tried using it at the same time once also, and I remember something stopped me from doing it.
I mean, the output looks very, very eerily familiar. What we get from the scroll up a little bit.
Do you
The
have a
thing,
Kubernetes cluster that we could try to do the Helm chart on?
sure. I
All
have
right, here. How
Kubernetes
about
cluster
you?
for days.
How about I stop
Hold
sharing
on.
my screen and
Give me 1 second. Let me just like find my clusters first.
okay.
They are.
Or hell, for that matter, just put it on the cluster we wanted to put it on. Just saying. You know.
That cluster doesn't have probably because I saw something about it needing some amount of resources. Let me just see if that cluster would have enough resource to run stuff in. Okay, let's see. So I have a cluster that I was initially setting up to do Istio stuff in, but okay.
The hell? So we configure Helm, and then we run the playbook to install it. What?
Well, it's an Ansible thing, so I guess they're gonna have to. But I saw on the community there are a couple of Helm charts that are like purely Helm-based Helm charts for AWX. I don't know if you want to go one of those routes.
Oh no, and they made it all modular, didn't they? Oh god. All right. Roll Kubernetes. Create the project. Oh wow, they don't even use the K8s module. They just shell directly to kubectl.
Okay. This is okay. So basically, they're deploying a Helm chart with Ansible. Is that all they're doing here?
I'm just verifying, but that's what it starts to smell like. Well, here's the actual OpenShift stuff.
Yeah.
I was looking for, I'm not seeing vanilla Kubernetes right now.
What about the Kubernetes YAML?
That was just it doing the kubectl.
Oh, okay.
And then the main here, but hold on. Use kubectl OC, set fact, kubectl get deployment, get the replica set, create the service, kubectl Postgres. It's called OpenShift, but it's going against Kubernetes. Now we're doing OpenShift. So hold on, we want to do Kubernetes. Here we go. Create a file. Yeah, we just add the upstream main Helm charts. We install Postgres. Make sure Postgres is what we're expecting. Did you got your cluster up?
Yeah, it is up. Yeah, it should have enough resource to run it. I can log in on the TMUX session so that we can both use it.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, I'm getting out. I can keep it on the same TMUX session.
Cool.
Oh, it's not gonna be able to do it, but I can still. do it manually. And I'm trying to do this one. Okay. IBM Cloud, KS, cluster, get. The name of the cluster is. Okay. Istio. I was going to do some Istio stuff here. Ended up not doing it here. So. What did I do? Nah. IBM Cloud, KS, clusters. Let's see. Oh, I spelled Istio wrong. I called it Isito. There you go. Now I should be fine. Okay, we have the cluster. Cool. So K, get, NS. We have that. Wait, something's not right. We're still on the. Okay. Somehow we're still on the old cube config. KX. Yeah, I don't see my one here for some reason. Okay. IBM Cloud. Yep. Oh, not cluster get, cluster config.
Yep.
Okay.
There we go. All right, so we need to go into the EXP directory for me. And then, hang on. Copy this. Git clone this.
So if you are joining the stream now or just like wondering what we're trying to do, we are letting that other cluster keep on trying to get that thing sorted because status to okay, ready. I don't know what that even means. So you're gonna let it run there, but in the same time, on a different cluster, you're gonna try to get it running using Helm. So that's kind of the game plan. We have to get, so our end goal is getting AWX up and running on Kubernetes. How we get to it, we don't really care how we get to that point.
Son of a bitch. All right, hang on. I really do need to fix this machine. I should really turn this to a Fedora box too, but I haven't sat down and done it.
What is it, a Debian?
Yeah, it was a Debian box.
Is it Debian or Debian?
Debian.
Debian. Okay. I don't know. Sometimes I say Debian. Sometimes I should just go for Debian. I don't know.
All right. So Ansible playbook. All right. There we go. All right. So Vim inventory. Pre-install steps. All vars. Kubernetes install. Here we go. All right. So context. What's it called?
Mofi-Istio.
Okay. Node port. Sure. Why not?
Yeah, let's give it node port. Whatever.
Optional images. Ingress. AWX. Do you mind putting that in for me?
Yes. Well, hold on. Yeah, I'm going to. Give me one second. Okay, I guess. Istio. Trying to pull that out. Should have had the handy, but I didn't. So here we are.
Actually, come to think of it, we could have used the Asgard Labs because that's the external DNS working. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll figure that out later.
Okay.
No, whatever. Yeah, it's not a big deal.
Oh, TLS secret. You want to put the TLS secret in there? We can get some HTTPS going.
Sure.
Right there. It's commented out. I'm gonna drop it. Just uncomment that for now.
Yep.
And right here, bam.
Is it in the AWX namespace?
The secret. Oh, I don't think it needs to be in the AWX namespace.
Okay.
If it fails, it will figure something else out. I mean, if it fails, only thing is gonna happen, the TLS is not gonna work, but it'll still go places. So it's okay.
All right, I think that's everything we need. So we should do ansible playbook good -I inventory. If this works off the bat, I'm going to be actually angry. I'm going to be legit angry. There we go. Something broke.
I think all our tasks are commented out. We have to include them, I guess. Also, we're not checking OpenShift. We're going to check Kubernetes. Is that something?
Yeah.
So scroll down. I think we have a list of tasks somewhere down there.
Not seeing it here, buddy.
So, well, the error said something about, or is it a different file they're doing?
It's a difference of check vars.
Oh, main.yaml, but may also in the file. Okay, so what is it saying? No action detected in task. This often indicates misspelled module name or incorrect module path. Okay, it is in check vars tasks main.yaml. Often in okay.
Oh wait, hang on. We also have a PG persistence volume claim that we need to fix. PG per.
We didn't. It is optional. Optional. We don't have
Yeah,
to
it's
do
optional.
that.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Because
So
if you want to go this
route. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you wanted to fix that, we would change it to the block storage thing because I don't have to deal with init container and permission stuff.
Yeah. Why is it asking for OpenShift when we don't have anything OpenShift related?
Mm-hmm. But no action detected in task. What does that even mean?
OpenShift host is defined in OpenShift host. Does not equal.
Is there something we defined here that is kind of like OpenShift related in this file?
That is the only place OpenShift is set to 0.
Well, OpenShift host, but like just the word OpenShift.
Sorry, hang on. Give me a second. OpenShift host.
Oh, hold on. Go back to OpenShift. There is another condition where the OpenShift host is not defined. So we don't have OpenShift host defined. What is the condition there? Just open that file again. So include task is check OpenShift is when the OpenShift host is defined, right? And the second one is check Docker YAML. So this is check Docker YAML is being included. What does that do?
But that's not where it's erroring. Line 3.
So it's erroring because include task check OpenShift is not that okay. So where would check OpenShift YAML even be the file?
There.
Okay, so because it's trying to include that task, and I don't know exactly what this error is, but it failed when it tried to include that task. It looks like. What if we just get rid of this task? We don't even care for it. Yeah, whatever.
I'm getting a little punchy. I'm sorry. Nope.
Okay, it's failed on check Docker. So incorrect module path because is it the include task? Where you include the task? Check Docker. Can it find that file? That is, I think, the issue. It couldn't find the check Docker file.
This is a really old version of Ansible.
Yeah.
That's probably the problem.
Is that what you installed?
Yeah. Well, I just did an apt-get install Ansible.
You don't do that. Why would you? I think Ansible is that what 2.9 or 2.3? I don't know what's happening.
2.5. Yeah, it's a really okay. Ansible. I just installed a really old version of it.
Oh, okay.
All right, how do I install it? I don't care about all this stuff. I just want to install the software. Why is it so hard?
Just go to Ansible on GitHub. They would probably have it.
No, of course.
Yeah, the latest one is probably not part of apt-get. You gotta do a new PPA.
Jesus Christ. All right, hang on.
I mean, for all the things like the Apple ecosystem has wrong, I think the brew saved so much of it.
Yep.
It's like and getting things into brew is I feel like so much easier than getting things into like apt-get. So people, almost every project I see has their own server serving their application from. Makes it very difficult for keeping things up to date from one place.
What the hell?
What are they complaining? Do you have to be sudo? Oh, you have to have, okay. You don't have GPG installed, do you?
Oh, hi. Oh, yeah. Nope.
How about GPG2? Sometimes GPG2 is the right one. No package for GPG. GNU PG. GNU PG. No, never mind. I tried everything I could. God, what was the issue?
I didn't have this dir manager installed.
Okay.
Come on. I'm gonna blow this machine away soon. I'm very upset with this machine. Come on. Computer. Do work. There we go. Good
Okay.
God.
Good. Let's move on. Apt-get update. Also, I just realized you've been running on this machine as root all this time.
No, I haven't. Well, this one, yeah. I SSH in this route. Like, this is the only way I can get to it is this one.
JJ. Terrible. I have to do a yes.
There we go.
Ansible 2912.
We're
talking.
We're trying to do it on 2.2.
Yeah, that was like only what?
Result 2 okay ready. Ansible 2.2, right?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Let's try this again.
Dev is in Deborah, wife of Ian. Yeah.
There we go. Ugh. Oh, damn it.
I mean, yeah, it failed on
context.
Oh, can you do cube context here? Because the name of the context might be actually different.
Here. Go for it. You got it.
Okay. So if I do KX, so name of the context is actually this whole thing. Because logic. Okay, let's switch to there. And then let's change our Ansible, the file itself. Where's that file?
Yep. It's the inventory. There we go.
Also, does it? Do you have to have the namespace already there?
No,
Or
it
does it
doesn't.
create?
I saw that. No, no, no.
Okay.
Oh, nope, nope, nope. Hang on. I got it. I got it.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, good.
All right.
Let's
then
run this again.
There we go. Oh, there we go. No. Oh,
Well, it failed
hell's...
something.
Oh, no, it's failing talking to the Postgres.
Yeah, service. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Open a new window where we can like check the progress of this thing. Let's do a quick cube. Oh yeah, sorry. KX, and we're on the right one. That's good. I want to say K get po. Oh, we're in the wrong one, right? So K NS AWX K get po. It's doing that up. Okay. And on the top one, let's scroll down to the bottom. I think it's still going on.
Oh, it is on the bottom.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, it's pausing. As you see, it's pausing for 60 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, this is what I want to see, right? It's like taking some time. The other one, operator, is kind of gets really impatient and bombards. I feel like because it makes so many calls, it even slows it even more down, even more. But I might be just like, okay, all right. Oh, this time it has only 3. Okay, cool. Whatever. Oh, power management is a separate thing. Okay.
We didn't even see that on the last one.
Right. We didn't have a tower management, but it might be that because we had 4 containers in the last one, it was bundled in one place.
Hey man, if this works, no sweat off my back. We just know how to install this thing now.
Yeah. So I feel like this is a good time to talk about the main difference between like why operator versus something else, right? Because we have to kill some time anyway while this happens. So easiest way to think about operator and like versus something else is the model they're running against, right? So Helm is a push-based model where I say I want to run this, I push my changes up to Kubernetes, let Kubernetes run it, right? Operator is more of a pull-based model where I run something in Kubernetes, and that's job is to pull in all the changes. So when you move to that model, you actually start getting some really interesting benefits in the long run. Right away, when you're trying to deploy it, it feels really disconnected because you said, I want to get it Ansible tower running, and then nothing happens. And about 30 seconds later, you start seeing pods. Because the pod is not running because you asked it to run pods. You actually asked the operator to start itself up. And the operator thinks, you know what, I started myself. Now I don't have the pod. I'm going to start this pod up. So that's the kind of the main key difference how they work. Now, the benefit you get from the tower system, the operator system, is that now that you have this, almost like the way they describe it is like an SRE sitting in your cloud for this one single application. Imagine for every single application, you could hire an SRE to make sure the application is always running. It'd be pretty nice. So operator tries to do that by mimicking what an operator would do if an application is running and something goes wrong. Operator will try to fix it. But that trying to fix it is not magically automatic. It is something we put the logic for. So if your application, these things need to exist, operator can do that. If you write the code to figure out how an upgrade works, operator can then do that. There is the final version of the operator lifecycle is the full autopilot. And at that point, that is very difficult to achieve. Most operators that are out there are probably just basic installed and maybe some of them seamless upgrade. But only a few reaches the point where it can autopilot completely. And at that point, you're basically saying, I'm going to run the operator, and every lifecycle thing happens in this particular application is managed by this operator, which I don't have to touch anymore. So the reason we wanted to go with an operator first, because going with an operator would have given us that power, right? Like we just run this application. If anything goes wrong, operator will take care of it. And you might be wondering, oh, well, you closed it. Okay. You might be wondering at this point in Kubernetes, if deployment goes down, if a pod goes down, something still works. Like Kubernetes still brings it back up. So what Oh, it failed. Did it? It failed. The Helm operator up there. You see the.
Yeah, it failed because Postgres didn't come up.
So what is the? Can you read the message a little bit more down up top? Oh, geez, that's. Okay,
Yeah, it's
so
basically
we have,
it's trying to do the migration, but database isn't up. So it's like I can't do anything. Oh, now it's up. So let's go ahead and run that again.
I mean, I feel like it's not going to do anything this time because it's already there. Because Ansible is really good at
No,
not
there you go.
doing things. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's deleting them. So it's gonna just delete the management part. Don't delete the Postgres, please. Don't delete the Postgres. It took so long to come up. Yeah, I feel like the Postgres, because it is stateful set, it's not gonna probably do anything there. And also, I have someone else which. Oh no, didn't like it. Why did it fail this time?
Password authentication failed for user AWX.
What does that even mean?
So I tried to log in to the. Hang on. So if we come down here and we look at. Hang on. Okay, get make sure it's still up. Yes. So get her logs pod.
Oh, okay. So the database itself is looking for a user called AWX. We should. I think we should have on the although it's optional, we probably should have added those database stuff into it. Another thing we probably can do, inventory. Let's look at the inventory if they have anything to set that kind of information there.
Right here.
Yeah, service account. Yeah, let's add that. Let's bring that. Nothing else we need. We just need that one.
Hang on. Here's the username.
PG. Yeah. So we just didn't have.
So if you saw, this is the Bitnami Postgres instance. So we should probably see what the default.
Default username is PostgreSQL and default password is admin, I think. Or Bitnami, let's look at it. I think Bitnami generates a new.
Yeah, thing. I thought it did too.
So do kget secret. Kget secret.
No.
AWX secret. Okay, yeah, I did. Well, Helm release AWX PostgreSQL v1. Oh, that's the Helm one.
Yeah.
What did it do?
Bitnami, PostgreSQL. That's fine. Get the image. Persistent.
You're looking at the Docker image. I think you want to look at the. I think there is in the Helm chart, inside the Helm chart, like for Docker and Postgres.
I don't think so.
You sure?
See, yeah. Look, it's pulling it, right?
Right. I mean, even if you use the Helm chart, it'll still be pulling the Docker image.
Installer, roles, Kubernetes, tasks.
Probably would be in the main or.
No.
We have cloned it ourselves, right? You
Yeah.
want to look for the just the Docker image name itself on the files.
You can go ahead if you want. Go ahead.
What is the name of the image? The name is PostgreSQL, and looking for it here. Oh man, we did too many of them. So what folder should we go into?
Yeah, no, it's pulling the stable Postgres Helm chart.
Yeah, which happens to be, so that is the Bitnami chart too. Bitnami chart is the one stable Postgres. Yeah.
Okay. So then hub.helm.
All right, so I guess we reached the same thing. Also scroll down because
oh, that's right. That's got the weird bug. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's the one they're using.
Just imagine there would be like a stable Postgres.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with this website where these images are like absolutely have enormous margins, but yeah, there we are. But I don't see the word stable anywhere.
Yeah, me neither.
But still, let's look at the default username and password they use. I know they usually, if you don't select anything, they usually create an alphanumeric password and create a secret for it.
Random character string.
Right. So the username is Postgres and they use an alphanumeric password. But the issue is,
how the hell do we find it?
Right, because it didn't create a secret.
Okay. All right.
Hold on. So PG password should be a random 10 alphanumeric PG SQL. Okay. Note it is a limitation of the official. Okay. So the password should be random 10 character alphanumeric string. But okay, let's say it did it, but where did it put it?
There you go.
I mean, are we setting this ourselves or?
Maybe.
Okay.
Like that?
Sure. Why not?
Wait, that's not 10. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There you go. Good. Try this again.
So it fails when it tries to.
Wait, if the PostgreSQL, the container's still there, so it's going to fail again even though because we gave it a password, right?
Yes. Well, nothing failed so far. Well, no, it's going to retry. Okay, it failed. Retrying. Wait for management part to start. We have 60 retries left. Excellent. Oh no, it's doing stuff. Well, migrate database is going to fail.
No, so
Yeah,
it failed again.
Yeah.
Okay, so can we break into
The Postgres database? Yeah.
Yeah. So exec-it in bash.
I think it's, oh, binbash has it. Okay. It says, I have no name.
Okay. Think JJ. Var log. No. What the fuck is it?
Some sort of config. That's where the Postgres stuff should be there, right?
No. There we go. Config, but nominee config. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Cat. Correct pass. Crap. Okay, hang on. Postgres log in as root. Can never remember any of this. Post. Okay. P-SQL, that's right. P-SQL.
Well, I mean, you're outside the cluster, right? Inside the cluster. I don't think PSQL is installed inside the cluster.
Running is 1001. Who am I? Okay. P-SQL. Local user ID does not exist. P-SQL root.
Oh yeah, this is hold on, stable. Oh yeah, this is the repo for stable PSQL. I'm sending it to you here. So if you go for Helm chart stable, this is given the stable.
Good, okay.
But we're
back to.
So I guess, although the Bitnami one is the suggested one now, but because I feel like this particular Helm chart still used. So oh, let's look at the place where they were using the Postgres, setting the running the Postgres chart. Like well, I don't know what file it was. You found the file, right?
Oh.
On their GitHub repo, it seemed like you found the file there.
This one.
Okay, so let's see what they're doing. You're saying where exactly? Okay, Helm repo add stable. Okay.
Here's the values. There we go. That's what we need. We need to find this values that was overridden.
Right.
So if we come out here and then up one, find grep values. Here we go. All right. Boom.
Oh, so the
Okay.
username, they have all the values there. So
Those are all variables. So they're created on the
that's
fly. Some.
right. That's supposed to take it from the config we run, right? That's where it's supposed to take it from.
Yes.
One thing I feel like every time we're rerunning it, our AWX PostgreSQL is not rerunning, so it's not being reset. That's why it's failing.
Correct.
Because remember we added this one line here at the Kubernetes install, this one, service account, PG service account.
Mm-hmm.
That is, I think, oh, can you do on the bottom pane, can you do a kget SA? So we have this PG service account, so kget SA-o YAML. And it uses a default token, so that's whatever, that's nothing. Okay. So I feel like the inventory file, this is basically just taking it and filling in the Helm values file and then running again. So whatever secret we set here should be on it. What if we don't set anything? There's all the default values will take over. So let's just not set anything on the Postgres side.
Sorry, say it again.
So if you scroll down on the Postgres secrets and stuff, on the top value, sorry, the value, the file on the top, on there, all the Postgres stuff we set ourselves. Let's just like not set anything there. If we don't set anything, all the default values will take in. So username, database, ports, let's get rid of all of them. Another thing we need to do is delete this one because the Postgres, the stateful set doesn't look like it's killing it. It just stays around. PostgreSQL.
Thank you. Okay, that should be better.
Yeah. For
right?
good measures, let's just delete everything on this namespace anyway, and just like start from the ansible from scratch. Don't delete pod. Pod will come back. Delete deployment. And I think you also need to delete the Ansible tower is probably, what is it backed by? That's interesting. Can you do a replica set? Kget replica set. So I think it stands for RS. Kget RS.
Nope.
So what is the type of Ansible towers? It is just like a pod, like a bare pod that's running. Can you do kget all? I think it's just a bare pod. Interesting choice, but yeah, let's check if it comes back. If it comes back, that means it was backed by something. We have to find that something. Watch wouldn't know what K is.
Yeah, do that way too. Ah. There we go.
Well, it's terminating, so it terminated. Okay, cool. Now everything is gone. Let's try to do the Ansible thing one more time. Okay. Why did it fail?
Didn't even
Let's
get to the
scroll up.
Kubernetes part.
Yeah, it failed. Describe. Okay, from services not found, server not found, not found, not found, not found. Failed. Deployment. Because okay, not I get the not found part. I just want to know why it was not found.
Yeah, it really didn't
Okay.
like what we did.
Okay.
All right, so let's look at this again. Back to the Postgres part.
Yeah, let's make the username Postgres. I think that's what the default use. Database name is also, let's name it whatever, doesn't matter. Yeah, don't change the host name. Host name we don't need to change.
And then a random password, actual database, actual port.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
What the hell does NB mean?
Note. I don't know.
No, thanks. That is very confusing.
Oh, give me admin password too.
Following variables only required when using containerized Postgres on OpenShift.
Oh, okay, then don't do it. We're not doing the shift.
No, that's fine.
Also, while you're at it, you want to just go to your browser and try to go to that URL again, which would let just do its thing for a while. I think you closed it, but URL started with AWX something. Your browser might just remember. Okay, there you go. Nope, never mind. Just close that. Okay.
All right, well, that's disappointing.
Now it's back to what it was before. Why is failing now? Oh, okay. Deploy and activate Postgres. Okay, that's doing it. Good.
Okay. We're back on track.
Back on track to disappointment. That's what we're back on track with. And many of these things is that like once you do it once and it works, then like you start thinking, oh, I was doing this one wrong thing. But while you're in the middle of it, it's such like a jarring experience. So as we're doing things, and we're trying to do logical things. Not everything has good documentation, or even the documentation you would need personally. Yeah. So hindsight is always 20/20. After we're done it, sometimes some of the things we have done looks so simple. For example, the external DNS stuff when you were initially doing it a few months back as a also a live stream, it seemed like there was so much difficulty in getting this thing working. But now I think I can set up one of the external DNS things in about like 5 to 6 minutes max. Right. So I'm hoping this was one of those things once we have done it a few times. Same failure, authentication.
Okay, so we really do need to figure out what this password is. Really
okay, so can you send me the password? I'm gonna try it like by export like forwarding the Kubernetes, the Postgres database. So the password is set on Vim and in the inventory file for Kubernetes. Send me that. WMQHH unify.
There you go. And I'll while you're doing that, I'll clean up all this stuff.
Okay, let me try doing that. Okay, get ns.
Postgres.
KS AWX. Okay, get pro. Oh, PostgreSQL is done. getting killed. What's happening?
Oh, I thought you were creating. My bad. Shit.
Now I'm gonna use this one. If I saw you, see if I can connect to this one.
Oh, I completely misunderstood what you're saying. I thought you were going to try to create it.
No, I was gonna try to see if I can connect to this to get some.
Well, we already have the file. Like, we have the values. Hang on, no. Let's check this out. Okay, hang on. Sorry, I completely misunderstood what you were saying.
No, that's totally fine.
Oh, and this one pumps out of this one. That's fun. Grep or find grep values. Then check this out.
You can hard code these values here.
Hell yeah, I am.
Yes, let's make that the password. That's a nice password.
I'm do not cross go or do not what is it? Do not cross go or go cross go straight to jail. I don't know, whatever. It was funny in my head. Okay.
Well, the AWX is still running, so I don't know what the playbook is.
It should be destroyed and recreated.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So okay, deploy and activate Postgres. That's nice. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab some more info and I'll be right back.
Sure. Once it does come online,
Son of a bitch.
Okay. So before you do anything more drastic, JJ, give me 1 second. I'm gonna try to.
Yeah, man. Go for it.
I'm going to try to. Okay, so port forward this to 5432 to 5432. It's doing its thing. At this point, I want to say psql-h localhost. Database name is AWX.
Well, no, that's even assuming it's done that.
Right
now.
And the password is that the really weird password that we have created. I mean, I'm guessing it's a pretty secure password, knowing that no one can probably remember it.
And but putting it on the internet so everyone can see it.
Right. So okay. So password authentication failed. So that is okay. So by default, what could be a database name that's in Postgres? Postgres and admin. I can't do that one. Okay, that doesn't like that. Password authentication fails for user Postgres. What is the username? Postgres or PostgreSQL?
The username should be Postgres.
It's Postgres. Okay. And what did we say that our database name should have been?
According to this, it's nil by default, but it should be AWX if it's actually created on.
Okay, the password I'm giving, I tried like all sorts of password here. It's just could not connect to server, fatal, password authentication failed for user Postgres. What would be the password of the creator?
Okay, so if we go here, wait, this is the template, right? Is it possible? Those are all the templates. Is it possible that we are editing the wrong thing? No, I don't think so. But I mean, if we hard code it in like this, Postgres SQL
So remember
password.
when we had changed the username directly on the thing, it actually updated the username to something. Let's change it to something else. Let's change it to Bob. Who cares? Like I want to see that it's failing for the user Bob.
Like that?
Yeah, perfect. Because I feel like when we had changed it from user AWX to Postgres, it was actually say failing for user Postgres, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's try to redeploy that part again.
Okay. This is when automation has failed us. It's trying to be too clever, right? Like that's the problem, is it's being too clever for us. Trying to get us a new password and all that jazz, but it's not telling us what the damn password is. And how do we tell our system to talk to it if it's not there, right?
Yeah. And usually it's supposed to create a secret that has password it generates. So when I don't submit and pass anything automatically, it's supposed to generate that secret for me. But in this particular instance, I don't know what's going on. So basically I'm expecting to see it fail for the user Bob. That's what I'm expecting.
Well, no, it'll fail for the other name because we changed the name for Bob to Bob. It'll still be looking for AWX, right?
Right. That is also possible. Yeah. Let's just see what happens.
Yeah, I'm with you. We're going very roundabout, but I see what you're doing.
Because the key we set, I'm just trying to make sure that key is used multiple places.
Mm-hmm.
So next step probably would be to see it in one places where using, okay, it failed for user Postgres. Yeah, so.
What we should do, check this out. I'm with you. I'm following along. Now we can go into the inventory.
Let's see what password we have set there, because if we don't have any password there,
the username is Postgres, right? So we need to change this to Bob now, right?
Right, but the thing is, okay, so I want to see where this PG host and PG user and PG password is being used in our environment. Like, well, probably it's in somewhere in like a Docker image code. Probably
hear me. We should see Bob now connect with the same password we just gave it.
Yeah, and Bob fail, maybe.
No, Bob should succeed now because we forced the Helm chart to give the username of Bob with that password. And now we're telling Ansible to connect with Bob and that username password from the inventory file. We're telling AWX to connect with that to do the database migrations.
JJ, sounds like you're trying to use logic against technology. I don't know when was the last time that has ever worked.
if this does succeed, though, we will want to delete all this and roll it back and change it to Postgres on both sides. Basically,
Yeah.
we're forcing the password with that YAML file, that template.
Right.
Because we've never actually seen the actual values.yaml that gets created, right? Which is the problem, because it looks like it's created on the fly, which is frustrating. So by us hard coding it, this should match up now. But we won't know until we actually see it, of course.
Oh, the username is now Bob, is it not?
Yeah.
And the password is, no, that password, didn't like that password.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't like that password. So I'm guessing it will fail one more time, or work. Who knows? Or no, it'll fail. So okay, so now bottom line is we are not being able to connect to the password. Let's go back to the stable PostgreSQL documentation one more time. I am curious. So PostgreSQL Postgres password, is that what the password we're using? Because there's two passwords.
Yeah, there is, aren't there? Shit. All right.
So the wrong file. Okay, so
Postgres
here
password.
let's set the Postgres password to the same thing, because our username is not Postgres. So we have to change the PostgreSQL password. Okay, change that to Postgres. Fine. Just add another one right after that.
Postgres.
QL Postgres password.
Jesus Christ. Oops. Where'd it go? My bad. Sorry.
That's all right. I think it's somewhere in the middle of the page. Yeah. And let's put the same password for the admin password again. Ah.
Tim has failed me.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so then we should be able to come back to inventory now.
We're gonna change. We have changed the username back to Postgres again.
Right?
Yeah.
This looks right. Okay, so now we can Helm, delete that. So now when we redeploy it, we should force it to that really crazy password. And then, okay. This makes, I'm gonna need a drink after this. Hello, fat man. How you doing? We are slowly but surely getting somewhere here. we tried to do it with we tried to do AWX with an operator. We had a frustrating experience, so we decided to roll back and try to go with the upstream playbooks, and we are having some issues with databases right now. But there's a chance you might be able to get to the next step here.
Yeah, it didn't log in with that password set either.
It didn't?
It had not, no.
Could it be that I'm putting in quotes is the problem?
Who knows at this point, honestly. I'm gonna actually, you know what? I want to try this.
So Fatman, oh, damn it. Do you have any questions for us? How can we help you learning to code? What are you trying to learn to do? Okay.
So since the fact that I can't even connect to this database with the secret we're setting, that just tells me that like at some level the Helm chart is not doing the right thing. So we have a couple of ways forward going from here, right? One of the things we could do is take on the change the Helm chart from using stable Postgres to using the Bitnami Postgres.
I'm deleting the database again.
Okay.
Trying something else.
Another thing we could technically do, I mean, if we from the inventory, if we separate out the deployment of Postgres from their Helm chart. So let's try this. Let's spin up our own Postgres database, right? And remove the part that tries to deploy the Postgres database from the Ansible playbook.
Okay, we'll do that in just a second, but one last time.
Okay. You got rid of the quotes?
Yep, or I added quotes actually. So Fatman, I'm at level 0 and I know how to do a simple denial of service and able to CD in command and figure things out from there. And that's what I know about C++ and C# and Python, but no language as such. I'm sorry, I'm not really following you there. But what we were trying to do is we were trying to set up something called AWX. If you've never seen this, it's an automation platform right here. And I'll put it inside the chat here so you can take a look yourself. It's a Python application. And you can spend some time seeing how it all comes together. But it's an automation platform that allows you to run arbitrary things against servers, usually to turn them into like a web server or something like that. Don't worry about not learning language. I don't know any languages. I just know how to read. I just kind of like, I'm a horrible developer and I've been doing this for 15 years, if not longer. But what I'm really, really good at is gluing things together. And that I don't consider myself a developer by any standard. So don't worry, you don't need to know a language. You just need to learn logic and the ability to break problems down into smaller things, and then be able to build them back up. Is that good, Mofi?
Yeah, no, that sounds good. I mean, I probably will consider myself a developer. But at the same time, the skills that you need to be a good developer versus a good glue person are very close to each other, right? Like it's a similar principle. And when you're a developer of a particular programming language, there are certain paradigms, best practices you use so that future you or future person reading your code is not going to hate you. But in terms of like the logic you use to write application are the skills you build up by figuring out to break down problems, they are pretty universal. That's not necessarily something you have to, yeah.
All right, so we'll create a Postgres. We don't want to, that'll be the remote database.
Okay, it still failed for the same thing?
Yeah.
Right.
Wait, why am I not seeing where to do the remote connection now? The host name?
Right there. You did it already.
Yeah. Okay, so we should be able to come here, do helm, delete, Postgres. So if we want to do public directory, vim value on Postgres values.yaml, set paste. All right, so let's go back over here. This fucker's still going. All right, so that is how we install the chart. We want the values YAML that we're looking for. All right, so what we want is, we just want to add some passwords, right? Like that's all we want.
Yeah, technically we just want to spin up a Postgres that I can access from here, like by port forwarding this, so that you can tell that this is a Postgres database that our application should be also be able to access, right? So that's, oh, this is still circling around in life. Nice.
Is there a way to circumvent the failure in some way? So we've that's kind of where we are. We're actually are right now. The betters included Postgres database, as you see right here. It created a new Postgres database for us, but it seems that the password it was giving it wasn't, and the username to actually get to the database wasn't being bubbled up to the application. So what we're doing now is we are going to build the database by hand ourselves, the database server and the initial database inside of it using something called Helm. And then we're going to just tell our application to point to it and run it that way. Is that right?
Yep,
Mofi?
That's pretty much, yeah, that's what we're trying to do here. Yeah, whatever info we put here, now we want to just like let Postgres use this information as, not Postgres, our Ansible to use the information for the application, but not to deploy a new Postgres service.
Yep.
So let's create that Postgres thing. We just need to give it a name so that the host name matches. Because the way providing.
What is it? Helm. How do you see what charts are available? Make sure I don't actually have this thing.
Helm repo add. Yeah, Helm repo list. LS.
List. Yeah, there we go. Don't have it, of course. That would be just too easy. Do you mind answering his question for me while I'm doing this? I just saw it pop up.
Sure. Okay. So you're basically building a server inside itself and telling it to go here, but keep these creds. It's a little different. So what we're doing here, the Ansible playbook was doing it all. It was spinning up first the Postgres database, then telling the application to use those creds. And at some level there, the creds were not either not being sent to the right place. And the Postgres database that was being spun up, I couldn't access it like externally myself either. So it basically just tells me the secret is not being propagated either at the Postgres level or the application level. So just to isolate our problems into two separate unique parts, what we're trying to do here is gonna spin up our own Postgres database. Then gonna test that we can actually connect to it. Then put the same creds with the Ansible playbook. Then Ansible tries to use that same creds. So if that works, then it works. If it doesn't work, the problem is somewhere else. And we are basically trying to just isolate out our problem domain into smaller chunks so that it's easier to identify what the exact problem is.
Like so.
You have to give the pass values.
Oh,
right?
that's right. Thank you. God damn
It's
it.
not an autocomplete. What's the name of the file?
Why would everyone autocomplete, right? Like tab complete. That's it.
I think when you do equal sign, it kind of thinks it's a key value thing, so it doesn't try to autocomplete anymore.
Oh, okay.
Wait, do you want to use Helm? Yeah, I think you have to do, sorry, do you want to use stable Postgres or Vietnamese Postgres? Because
I'll do Vietnamese. You're right. And I also spelt it wrong. So, you know, fuck me. Vietnamese. PostgreSQL. PostgreSQL.
okay, things are happening. So I'm gonna try doing that. Hold on, let me go see here. Okay, get pro. All right, it's still pending.
Here's the password. Okay. That's good.
But see the funny thing here is like it created a new secret, right? It created a secret called, what is the secret thing? PostgreSQL secret. So get secret, which it wasn't creating before, right? So that is another thing. With like the password and every information that we have here is now get. Anyway, so I'm gonna try to, and also created a client for some reason. Cool.
No, that was just me. That was me.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Pressing enter. Press enter.
Yeah, it's just do a get po real quick. We should see something being created, right?
Yeah, it's the PostgreSQL is still pending actually.
Okay. We might have actually broken this, or at least been able to break into the database by just being like, no, we're going to do our own database now with hookers and blow.
I don't know like the actual source of that particular thing.
Oh, that's saying?
Yeah.
I believe it's from Bender from
oh
from
yeah, from Futurama. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh god, yes. That's a great show.
It really is. It really is. Yeah, I think it was a direct Bender quote. Like he was like, fine, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I think it was that. Like he was trying to do something and they refused to let him do it or something. It just became like a staple.
And Bender is just so iconic.
Oh yeah.
It's is it up yet? It is not. We got an error on the Postgres. We got ourselves a nice little error.
God damn it. Okay.
We just can't catch a break today, huh?
We really can't.
I tried to do a volume. Okay, I tried to do volume binding stuff.
Oh, is it doing persistent volume claims?
Yeah. So I think we have to get rid of delete that and do that volume enable to. Wait, is it not set to false?
I don't think so. That terminal is broken. Oh, there we go. Okay, so Helm ls Helm delete Postgres SQL.
I think I called it,
And Postgres values. All right, where the hell do we turn this shit off? Volume. Persistent volume claims. Where the hell is it?
Just search for the word volume, I guess. Or persistent volume. Just look for volume.
Here we go.
Yeah, let's make that false.
Yeah, you do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Go fuck yourself. False.
I don't think that's how it's gonna work, right? If you have persistence and dot, like colon next line.
Oh,
right?
Yep, you're right. Yep. Oops.
No, delete the dot and add a colon that line previous.
There you
go. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That should do it.
Well, that's debatable. Man, I used to be more hopeful about this kind of things. I'm becoming a pessimist.
Mm-hmm.
I'm becoming a realist, if I say so myself. So it's about to run. I feel like we have. Oh, it's running. It's running. That's good. Let's try to do that. Okay. That container is creating. It's running too. And press enter. Let's see what happens on the left side.
Yay!
Well, again, let's hold our horses for a second. You forgot the semicolon, buddy, and also now your syntax is wrong.
Good God.
I think just do \D. It will show you. You don't have it in tables, but you can say \L or.
There we go. Yeah. Postgres. Hey, it's there. Okay, cool. All right. That's a win. That's a win.
So if that works, what we'll probably end up doing is replacing on the chart itself, where they're using stable Postgres, we can just replace it with the new one. Anyway, but that's a war for a different day. Let's just. So ideally in inventory, if we don't set the PG, or if we set the PG host name, it should just ignore, right?
Don't we need to tell it a service though?
Yeah, that's a service. Yeah, PostgreSQL. It's in the same namespace. It's gonna work out. Not this one. We just need the service name. We have it already.
Okay, cool. All right. Just checking.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I mean, 3 hour, 10 minutes in, I think this is the time for us to start checking things.
we might 3 hours, 10 minutes in, we might actually get it installed. I mean, we did get it installed. It's just in a broken forever loop, it seems.
So, if you're a fan of looking at like a cool logo, this is the website for you.
Oh, there you go. That's true. That is true.
But if you are a fan of getting anything to run, I don't think that's where you're going to go.
Yep. Oh,
another thing we should actually try out sometime probably next week on another stream is that seeing if the experience in OpenShift is a little bit cleaner, given that I'm guessing they're going to focus a little bit more on that. They probably have tested on that as well.
Hey, it's actually sitting there for a little while.
Well, I mean, it's gonna don't do this. Don't get my hopes up. That's me right now.
Mofi, haven't you learned yet? We've been working together for almost 2.5 years now, right? Like, don't you realize I tease and then I just let everything fall apart anyway?
Right. But I feel like the migrate database taking this long is somewhat of a.
Excellent.
I mean, it's I'm just guessing it's gonna fail in somewhere else, right? So like we moved our moved the goalpost a little bit behind, and that's in many ways that's what cloud native is, right? Like we went to cloud native, so move the goalpost of deployment target from your local or like your own data center to someone else's data center, right? And we moved the goalpost of deploying application yourself to Kubernetes. So we're just like moving these goalposts away from each other as much as possible. So we moved the goalpost a few inches.
Yep. Sure.
So.
All right. I'm gonna grab some more water while this is going.
Yeah.
Mofi, you go do the same, but I'm gonna leave this up because, like I said, I'm just going over to another room real quick. But
okay.
Yeah, this is we're getting there. We're getting there.
So in the meantime, I'll probably spin up like some more trivia questions here. Let's see. Who wrote the novel Master and Mark? I don't know. No idea. So just quickly. Ooh, okay. Book Walden or The Life in Woods about 2-year retrieval. Oh man, why do you have so many book questions? I don't know any books. I mean, if the questions were like who wrote, I don't know, Kubernetes the hard way, I know that one. I actually should probably put that question in. Who wrote Kubernetes the hard way? Okay, things. Okay, create Django super user. If it okay, that looks good. It's doing some Django stuff. Default organization. So I feel like we have. Ooh, Ansible tower management is dying. Could be a good thing. Could be a bad thing. Oh, delete management. That's an actual task. Okay, excellent. Okay, we would let that do it. Excellent. Okay. Okay. Ooh. All right. So we have 0 things that have failed. At this point, okay. I have to quickly check if my audio is still actually working. Hold on. It is.
Yeah,
working.
It is, Mofi. I've heard that.
Okay.
You said.
Cool. So JJ, we have some good news and bad news. Which one do you want first?
Always the bad news first.
Oh, well, the bad news is actually not that bad. My headphone died.
Oh.
The good news is Ansible playbook finished without any fail.
Okay. Okay.
So okay. So I'm gonna try to see get nodes -o wide, and we're gonna try to go to this endpoint. If you want to do the honor here.
Didn't it give us an ingress? Yeah.
It did it? Oh, yeah. It did. Okay. Okay. Cool.
And SSL worked. Oh my good God. Okay. And I think it was like
don't even try to log in. Just like take the win and walk away. Take the win and walk away, JJ. This is not the time for heroics.
Let's see.
Did you press sign in? What did you do?
Yeah, this is working in the bottom.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh boy.
I'm actually really impressed that password worked. I mean, sorry, the ingress and the
the ingress secret is a global. That's a global variable that like every single ingress instance has the access to that password.
Yep. I did not know that.
Yeah. Initially, what I used to do is like copy that same secret everywhere.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing, and now I feel like a dumbass. Thanks, Mofi. Thanks.
I mean, whether like, would you rather feel smart and actually be dumb, or feel dumb and actually be smart?
I just don't. I don't believe in feeling. No. What the? Oh, come on. Oh, hey.
Yay. JJ, this is the time to bust out some of those audio. This is the time to bust out some of those audio that you play when something good happens, like claps or something. Yes.
And the reason why I was anything you said I couldn't hear, because as soon as we logged in, I got an Amber Alert on my phone, and I just heard a noise in my headset. So
Oh, wow. This was,
it was a little intense. I'm not going to lie.
anyway. So now, at this point, I actually didn't plan this far ahead. I don't know what to do with it.
So, well, being that we're so far, like it's taken us this long to get here, though, I'm gonna copy all this. We're gonna start over. I'm gonna try to pull apart everything we've done here and try to write up a little post or something around it, just so we have it for the future.
I think so, JJ. So this is where my thought process is going, right? So I think the easiest, the cleanest way to do this, my guess is the culprit was the stable PostgreSQL Helm chart that this Ansible playbook uses underneath. I feel like the cleanest way to handle this, if we were to just replace that with the stable and change up the values we create, I feel like that would work. So I think let's try one of two things. One is, if we create our own Helm chart, deploy our own Postgres first, it works. We tested that, we proved it. Well, works as in the UI shows up, right? Let's not get we have to actually test that Ansible does things. So this works, right? This part at least works to that degree. Now let's see. My belief is that stable Postgres stuff had some issues, and that's why it's not deploying the PostgreSQL database right. It's deploying it, but it's not deploying it right with the right secrets. So I think that's where we should start. Because because this Ansible way to deploy the Helm chart, it's kind of like a roundabout way of doing something, but it's still, I mean, for the most part, it does what it's supposed to. Oh, yeah, are you testing it right now?
Well, I'm just like, I don't actually know how to use this, right? Like, I've never actually seen it before. The whole point was we were going to spin it up and try to get a very simple, like, K8S based, like, playbook off of it, right? But like, to your point, maybe spending the time getting the damn thing to work every single time without a question is more valuable to everybody, including ourselves, than me trying to figure out how to use the software. Because now that we have a working way, at least we know how to do it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mofi, let's rephrase this real quick. How much longer would you like to be working on this? Like today? How much longer?
I mean, maybe half an hour more.
Half an hour more? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, well, then we should probably spend some time with this and getting that underpinning working.
So I have
better?
I have a proposal. The thing that is running, let's not mess with that, right? Let's have that running on this URL. That's good. That's fine. Let's move to a new namespace and try out. We're gonna try twice, right? Try out one of my hypotheses that I'm saying that if we switch to using Bitnami PostgreSQL, I think we can let this Ansible spin up everything from scratch and still work.
Okay. Okay. So hang on. Let's make sure we capture git status. Make sure we haven't gone too far off the rails here. Git diff. So we need to check the context again and the ingress. And okay. All right. You drive, Mofi. I think I'm okay with where we are.
Okay. So again, so just a quick recap, what we are trying to propose and do here is that using the application, right? I think we have either enough time or find enough people to do that part, but running this application on Kubernetes, I don't see it, because if it was as common, we would have an easier time finding that, right, already. Since that doesn't exist, I'm just saying that running AWX on Kubernetes, if it was that common, we would find like 18 blog posts about it. That would make our life much easier to deploy that thing, right? But to use AWX and Ansible Tower, that's a product. That's like, we will find documentation, we will find support. We can bother people at Red Hat to help us with that part. So to your point, back up your point even more, running this like easily every time, right? I think it's going to be very valuable for us.
Absolutely.
So, right. So now, so I have two hypotheses here. And are we in the file? We're not in the same folder. So, okay. So fame notes.md. We completely didn't do anything here.
Nope. We basically just ditched everything. Though history is a great thing. History is a great command.
That is true. That is true. But so what we want to do is use the Helm chart to deploy. So in the Helm chart, we found a couple things. One of the things we found is the stable Postgres does not seem to work. So the one answer to that is replace with Bitnami Postgres.
Yep.
So okay, so that's not. Oh, I also spelled stable wrong, so that's there.
Don't worry about that. Just keep going. Just keep going. Don't worry about that. We can always come back to it.
Okay, right. So that's number one. Number two is what if we? So we have one of two options going forward here. One is we deploy Postgres first manually, and
manually
use
using Helm.
manually using Helm, obviously.
Yep. And then use the local host name
and use service name.
Is that the release? Is that the release of the Helm? Like when you call it Postgres, that's the release name, right?
So that is the release name on Helm's side, and that also becomes a service name. Unless I'm pretty sure you could customize that, but I'm pretty sure most Helm chart would use that name as the service name as well.
Okay, cool.
But you could customize it, but I'm pretty. In this case, happens to be the service name as the host name. And when you do that, Ansible won't try to deploy Postgres again. And the second point here is this way works, right? So this is one working way of doing this. Two, what I'm suggesting is in the Ansible config, change stable Postgres to Bitnami Postgres. And because we're setting all the files in the Bitnami Postgres and stable Postgres is the same naming convention for everything, I'm gonna go on a limb here and say this probably will work. So this is something we gotta test.
Yes, but hold on. Let me take over. Yeah. There's something we need to make sure that we capture also here, which is I really need to clean up this machine. If you look at the values that we did for Postgres here, the Postgres password, right, was not in that template.
Right. So the reason we need this, if the username is not Postgres. So the last time we did this, technically, if the Bitnami documentation is to be believed, we didn't actually need to set the PostgreSQL Postgres password because it's only needed when the username is not Postgres.
Oh, okay. So we don't actually need to worry about the template. We just need to update it from stable to Bitnami, and everything. The sanity should be there.
Right. That's what I'm hoping that would happen. Because again, if that doesn't work, like if we move back these to the double curly, the variables here, and that doesn't work, that basically when Ansible was trying to deploy this particular values, it was not string replacing these values properly.
Yeah.
That's why hard coding worked. Yep. So I think if we just run through this like assumption I have on the left, if we just test this right now, and if we get this to work, that means there will be like literally one word change in the entire Ansible playbook things, and we will be okay.
Okay.
So I think that's what we should start.
Absolutely. All right. So, no, you drive.
So, okay. So CD, let's move into EXP and LS, then CD. I want to move into AWX. Then we have installer, roles,
Kubernetes.
LS.
Oh no, actually, do get diff real quick. Okay, actually, Q out of this. Do get stash. Yeah.
Okay.
So now we stashed all our changes that we've made. We're back to.
Sorry,
clean.
My computer has GST as my shortcuts for git status. Got too used to it. Anyway,
I use GS GS is usually what I
Okay.
use.
Okay, so Git, I want to move to Kubernetes now, right?
Mhm.
2 CDs, too many CDs. Okay, CD, then this is one of the tasks
I
to
believe
create.
so.
Yeah, I think that goes into,
You might just want to grep through everything.
yeah, so it's going to be what?
Grep
Okay.
stable, right?
And how do you pass everything to grep?
Oh, no. Grep space -R. Stable star.
Like this?
No, yeah, and star. Yep. There you
go. Okay, so it's getting it from, so you have
main.
to technically change it in 2 places, right? Helm repo add, you have to add the different repo and use the stable, like instead of stable, you have to use the other one.
Yeah.
So vim main.yaml. We're in Vim land. I think you should take on.
All right.
So let's go back to the documentation to figure out how to add the Bitnami one, because we have that.
Well, I'm getting excited, man. I'm starting to feel like we might actually come out of a really nice win today. Right?
I mean, I already took my win, and I saw the UI. I already took my win. This is bonus. Whatever you get out of this now.
Okay, so we want to add the Bitnami charts.
So we'll replace the stable with this.
Now here's an actual like philosophical question here. Do we just assume people are going to be using Helm v3?
Yes.
Okay.
You shouldn't support this kind of life choices to use Helm v2.
Helm update. So the service name.
That is fine. Everything else is fine. Okay, the version. What is the version of Helm we're actually pushing?
Do you mind looking up the Bitnami one while I fix this?
Yeah.
Fuck. Bitnami.
I think the version is 11.8.
No, is that the chart version? No, it's not. It's actually yeah, 11.8. You're right.
Well, hold on. Give me one sec. So what they're deploying here, 8.9?
Yeah.
No, that's the version is
the chart version.
No, that's the Helm's, the Postgres version. So the default version now is 9.
Mm-hmm.
So we could deploy an older version. In this case, they're deploying what, 8?
Yeah,
what are they deploying?
It was 8.
I mean, you could do 8, 10, 14. Keep it 8 so that it doesn't break anything. Let's keep it 8, 10, 14.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm with you. Change to
8, 10,
14.
Yeah, that was not the older version, but that's like, I think on the Bitnami documentation they mentioned the 8.10.14 version.
All right. Okay. That should be it.
That should be it. So let's go back into our
it's all you, buddy.
file.
It's all you. Go.
Oh, so okay. So the file itself was in a different folder. So you have to go back a couple levels, couple more levels, obviously. So okay, Vim inventory, and here we don't actually. I'm gonna skip this, like setting this PG service account for now. I don't care for it yet because this is optional. So I'm gonna stick with that. And here, AWX is doing a lot of things here. PG username. So I want to set the PG username to Postgres because I want this to actually just work. Password technically could be anything. Any long password should work. And database, AWX was fine. Port was fine. Everything I like here. So this is, I'm okay with everything that is here. Now, another thing, NS, we're in a namespace AWX. So I'm going to switch create NS AWX try. I don't know. NS AWS try. And then, I missed another thing. VM inventory. We didn't put the host. What do you call it? The ingress?
Mm-hmm.
Wherever that was. I didn't remember. Where is that? Can you find
Hang
the
on.
ingress?
Yep.
And I can fill this in. And also the, okay. Hold on. I'm just,
Ah, my bad. And then put that in there too. Ah. All right.
Okay.
There you go.
That's one. And the other one is this thing. Okay.
Perfect. All right.
So
So
just
hang on.
one more thing. All the username and password are default set. We didn't change anything there, right?
Correct. I'm going to close out this window and just sanity check again. Nothing crazy. Ansible, ingress, everything else is default. I feel like we're supposed to change one other thing. Didn't we have to change something else?
We had changed the host name for Postgres, but we're not going to this time because we want to make sure that.
Because we're trying to bring in the other chart to do the work for us.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. So I think yeah, this is the time. Let's try it.
Okay. All right.
All right, moment of truth, and let's see what happens. I'll keep and watch on a different window here.
That was quick. The fuck?
Okay, that failed. Hold on. What did it fail? Hold on.
Required Python library or Docker py.
Could be the service account stuff that we got rid of.
Why?
Well, hold on. Okay, so fatal localhost failed, changed the message.
This says like pip install Docker Python ansible.
Did we change window and we didn't? It's not. Oh no, it is good.
Yeah.
It failed on the our local Python stuff, right?
Yeah. What the hell?
Who did I touch this from? You know, try running this again one more time. I just want to. I am quite confused.
Okay, so
we have not changed this file, but the variable Python interpreter, that's the variable.
Yeah. Oh, I lost you. How about do we want to just stash these changes real quick and then look at our other changes to see what we did?
Sure. Yeah.
Git stash ls no or list.
So we have to just probably pull back stash 0, right?
Yep.
Dash apply.
Or we can just do 0, can't we?
I think so. Maybe. No. Yep. Yes. Okay, cool.
I don't think this is right.
Let's do a git diff on this, on this file. Can we do a git diff on a single file? Probably.
Yeah. No, this is the wrong one. Git stash.
Just you have to stash it again.
Oh, I do? Okay. So then we can go back to 1, because that's the one we want. There we go. Git diff.
Yeah. No, that's still the AWX try. That's still the second one.
God damn it.
I think the order changed this time. So you want 1 this time?
I want 1 this time.
Yeah. Nope.
Yeah. Nope.
This one is AWX try.
Okay.
Okay.
So now we want 0, right?
Maybe. No.
This is supposed to make life easier. Oh my God. Oh my God. So we're going to do 4. We're going to go to 4.
Well, you already applied some stat. Okay.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. The change in the YAML.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
No. Okay. Yeah, this is the old one. Yeah, this is the old one. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. We didn't change the Kubernetes context stuff.
Yeah, that's the problem because we're building it with that's the problem. That's the problem. Okay.
Yeah.
So git stash.
I think 5.
No, we want to do 1 now, right?
Yeah, one is fine.
There we go. Okay. Vim inventory.
Let's change it up. Change up.
Oh, hold on. Okay, get context. No.
Just do KX.
KX. Oh, there we go. Can I not highlight it?
I think you can select it still. Or you can just select it from here. It just like came here.
Yeah. Vim inventory. Context. There we go. Okay. That was our problem.
And the name of the thing will be AWX try.
Node port.
Node port is fine. Let's keep it.
Yeah.
Actually, we do let's make it cluster IP because we have ingress. Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine. That's the right one.
All right. All right. You want to try this again? Kick it off, sir.
Hold on. Before we do that, see if we have nothing running there. Okay. Okay. So Ansible.
Yeah. We bombed out so early that nothing happened.
Yeah, that's good. Nope.
Context does not exist. Oh, I put the period at the end of it. My bad.
Okay. All right, look for it. I see.
It's right there. Yeah, right there. $.
What?
Mofi.
What? What did
So
you say?
disappointing. So disappointing.
Hey, I'm good at other things.
I'll turn you into a sysadmin before you know it.
All right. This is good.
Oh, and John, what is it? Joe, Stephen, thanks for mentioning those. As you see, we realized that we had forgotten to turn on the Kubernetes deployment, which would be the problem. Whoopsie. It's all good though. All right. You want to split this and watch it on the other side? Here we go. No. Watch. And this is when we find out it's doing a PVC, of course.
That is entirely possible. You know what? Yeah. It is doing a PVC.
Sometimes it happens relatively quick.
It's not about happening really quick. We're gonna hit the permission issue.
Oh shit, you're right.
I mean, let it hit it. It's fine. I think.
Well, at least we identified. So now we just need to figure out a way to override the PVC to make sure that it doesn't do that. So
Yeah.
we might actually have to add that to the template now, right?
Yeah. But that's relatively a harmless change compared to what we are gonna do initially, right? So.
Well, we're gonna have to if we're looking at this as going to be a PR upstream PR, right?
Mhm.
We'll have to edit the docs now because it'll be a new variable that we're going to add into the inventory, and then we'll have to figure out a way to get it so it pulls it up correctly, which isn't too bad, but it's already gotten a little bit bigger than just changing stable to Bitnami.
Yeah, so let's kill that. This is not gonna work because we have to. So we have one of two options, right? One is stable Bitnami has a way to start an init container that sets up the permission right for this very issue. Or we add it so that it doesn't use a persistent volume. But in the long run, we actually want to use persistent volume. So I don't know which. Actually, we technically have 3 routes, especially on IKS. You have 3 routes. One is we spin up the IBM Cloud. You know what? Actually, in the long run, that's gonna be the way to do.
Okay, you skipped a couple words there.
Right, I did. I know. I was just 2 different things at the same time. I said like probably 1/4 of what I was gonna say. But let's not kill this. I want the volume claim to be happening because this is the way to do it in the long run anyway. So I'm gonna give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull some information.
It's all you, buddy. Well, can we just like k get PVC? It's bound. There we go.
He's gonna be bound, but that's not gonna work because this is a file volume, and file volume requires.
Oh, god damn it! Yeah, back to the yeah.
Right, but this is fine. We have an alternative to this. We're gonna let's just delete this while I'm get to it. You clean it up. I'm coming.
All right. Okay, delete PVC. This. Okay, delete.
I don't think you have to delete the PVC manually. You can just delete the thing. It'll delete the PVC for you. Okay, so I have done some magic in the background. Can you do a kget sc?
Hang on. Delete. I forgot Helm was doing stuff.
Yeah. Don't delete pods. Pod comes back.
I thought I deleted the deployment though. I thought I did. Yeah,
Okay.
there we go.
Okay. Let's do a kget sc.
All right, it's all you, buddy. You run with it.
If you could scroll up here, I was gonna show you something. I don't know how to scroll up in Tmux. It's confusing. Anyway,
One day.
okay, one thing you see here, I have changed now the default storage from file gold to block gold. Now, if you try to deploy something that asks for storage, it's gonna end up using this block gold, and this is gonna work.
Oh, clever.
Yeah. So we have to change actually nothing on our anything. The service is fine. Service can stay, but you can delete it. Whatever.
I was doing what you asked me to do.
Right. No. Again, full marks for doing.
All right, ready?
Let's do it. Yeah.
Mofi, I always go above and beyond to make sure you're happy. Haven't you realized that yet?
All right. Let's.
By the way, you need to send that command to me to change the default thing,
Yeah,
because that is if that actually does what we think it does, or what you claim it does, that's a win. That's a legit win.
So the good thing about that one, good thing about our OpenShift distribution, OpenShift actually comes baked in that block storage, because that's the problem in a lot of OpenShift, because the permission issue for security reasons, OpenShift is very strong. So we have the block storage baked into the OpenShift. If you have an OpenShift cluster, if you run kget sc or oc get sc, you will see that the block storage is the default. So the main difference between block storage and file storage, in my understanding, is that one of them is like deals with everything as file, another deals everything as blobs or blocks. And so if there is like a little bit of speed gain from one or the other, I think file is a little bit faster than block, or block is a little bit faster, but if you're dealing with file, it's a little bit harder to deal when you get blocks back. So there is a little bit of that, but in terms of
you asked me.
So okay. So when let's say you're storing your images for your application, right, in file storage. When you try to get something from file storage, you get a file back, right? It's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Exact file back. When you use block storage, you get chunk of memory that you have to understand how to convert into a file, right? The block storage, because it's raw memory, it's faster, but you have to do extra work to get to and from one to another.
Got it.
Because it's file, it's slower, but at the same time, you get the right file right away. So it's kind of like a usability thing. For our use case, block storage works great because we're storing database stuff. Block storage is fine. So from everything I see here, just migrating database, nothing failed so far. So everything looks great. And the better thing about this is now our database is stored by an actual volume. So this is getting closer to a production deployment than what it was before. So we have basically killed multiple birds with the same stone here. If this works.
That's why you keep me around, Mofi. That's why you keep me around. Come on. Come on.
I mean, I would rather take it long than fail quick.
True.
In the meantime, JJ, have you played any new board games recently?
So I'm trying to convince my family to play something called Space Alert with me. Have you heard of this one?
I think you showed it to me.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. No. Space Alert. It is bonkers is the best word for it. I've only ever played it successfully once, just because I had someone to with me to kind of walk me through the whole process. But it's a 1 to 5 player game where you try to the ship. You set up a bunch of steps for you to do when things happen, and then there's an audio track to tell you that, oh, a new enemies appeared, or oh, something broke over here. But the problem is you basically write a program for you to walk around the ship doing stuff where you assume is going to be the problems. And then when you trigger it, you figure out like, oh, turns out you went over to the warp core and tried to refuel it when it was already full. So you wasted a bunch of energy. Okay, you decided to go fire because you thought there was going to be an enemy here. Turns out there's no enemy, so you just shot a rocket into nowhere. And it's this whole world of kind of trying to lean back and forth on it. It's one of those things where it's a kind of a narrative of you trying to survive. And it's really funny because you're like, oh, well, I understood that this was going to happen, but because I told my homeboy to walk over here, he tried to refill something that doesn't exist. So it's a bunch of wasted things. It's a fun little kind of like, that it's well worth looking into. It's well worth looking into.
Yeah, me and some of my friends might be playing some board games tomorrow.
Oh yeah, which ones?
Well, the classics, your Avalon, Resistance, all that classic cardboard. Okay. But there is another one I haven't never played it before, but I have heard good things. It's called Deception, Murder in Hong Kong.
Sounds familiar.
So yeah, so the game is quite simple. The game idea is there is a game master and there are a bunch of people. Everybody has a bunch of cards in front of them, and the cards correspond to a murder, weapon, and motive, right? And there's a randomly selected killer and an accomplice. The killer selects from his pile of cards, selects a murder weapon and a motive, and everybody has in front of them like the 4 and 4 of each of the cards. And then you're just going in around, everybody just tries to find out who the killer is and what the weapon was and what the motive was. And everybody is while the game is going on, everybody's a detective that they can basically say their guess, and each round the game master will give a clue to everyone. It'll become more and more obvious who this is. So again, very excited to try it out and see how it is.
I hear echoes of it's like a social version of Clue. Is that a good way to describe it? Where like the old original board game of Clue, where you're trying to figure out the motive and the murder weapon or whatever, where you walk around the rooms. This way, it's more of a communication between people.
Yeah, everybody's basically making their case of why they think person X is the.
Nice.
So
Nice.
we'll see.
Yeah. That's clever. It's still going.
This is the older one. Wait, hold on.
No. It's the older one. I was being facetious.
Ooh,
there was
happening.
All right.
Things are happening.
There was something else that recently. Oh, that's fine.
No, yeah. Super user. If it doesn't exist, create one. This is good. Yeah. Now I have seen this happen before. It actually was quite fast.
Yeah. There was something else. There's something else that I recently saw that I thought was really cool. Damn, I forget. It'll come back to me. I needless to say, in these COVID world, I don't get to play nearly as many board games as I'd like to.
All right, things happen.
Yeah.
Let's go to get ingress. Yeah, ingress up. One more S. And let's go to that endpoint and see what are we about.
There we go.
Nice. Let's try logging in and see.
Yeah, make sure the actual database is there. Oh, that was hella faster.
Because we have probably a volume amount, so it's probably
better
than just like doing it on the fly. But I feel like this is the tried and true way we should go. The first one was kind of like a hacky way of getting it to work. But the first one has some other benefits too. Like, for example, if you want to back your volume by some Postgres database that's not in your cluster, but like a deployed managed Postgres, right? So something we could do there as well. So I don't know. I think this is the way we're gonna do it to deploy. Have a back volume, deploy it somewhere, do it this way.
Okay, so git diff. So the changes we made are we added out Bitnami.
Yeah.
We changed the version
of
and yeah, that's it. Git add.
Well, let's do this. Let's check. Like, make a local copy of the inventory file that we're gonna need. Move it out of the. Copy it outside. To like some other folder.
Working. Was it block storage?
Yeah, block storage. Well, for the block storage to work, we have other documentation that I have to pull.
Well, no, I'm trying to name it so we know to come back to it.
Right.
Inventory.
Okay. Now, let's git check out the inventory file because we don't have to replace that file. That file should be more generic.
Hang on. I want to double check. So those are the changes we made.
Yeah, these are all
ingress.
We don't actually need.
That should be fine. That should be fine, right?
Yeah, we can just keep it username as Postgres because if you keep it Postgres, you don't have to put the admin password. Otherwise, you have to make another change.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Cool. Git checkout installer inventory. Git diff. Okay, those are our changes now.
Yeah.
Git checkout -b Mofi and JJ updating post. Git status vim or git add period git commit. Do I have you on here?
I don't.
All right. So co-authored by Mofi, Rahman, Mofi Codes,
Yep.
IBM.com.
Yeah,
All right.
probably do Gmail because that's the public GitHub.
Okay. Cool. All right. So, why? Updated the stable to newer
Updated
working
stable and a deprecated Helm chart with the newer working family chart.
All right. This addresses the change need by the stable Postgres Helm chart doesn't work. Newer version from Bitnami is a drop-in replacement for stable. Tested via multiple ways. What else?
And we can also mention that the stable Postgres is deprecated in favor of the new.
Yep. Postgres stable Postgres is deprecated for. Is it really deprecated? Oh, that's right. For the Bitnami Postgres release. Yeah. We don't have to change any docs or anything. We should just be able to make those changes to work, right?
Yeah, that's what we did. We didn't change any docs at all.
Well, I'm asking the question, make sure I'm not crazy, right? All right. Git push JJ.
I don't think we forked it. I think we forked
the. Oh, I did.
We forked the.
Oh, you're right. My bad.
Operator, yeah.
My bad.
I mean, we should come back next week to share, I guess, whatever we find out in the next week, how to use this thing. You have forked AWX, but it just didn't.
I have. It's just really out of date. But yeah, well, hopefully next week we'll probably get one or two red headers on, so we can kind of maybe even have, like, when we have our infrastructure up, we could talk about doing some of the work with it. But yeah, no, that sounds like a great Friday afternoon right there. Remote. Git push. Oscar. Mofi and JJ. Git switch. Git and Git back up.
Need to probably just SSH add the key key here.
Yeah, but I thought I already had this one logged in. PW. What? Okay. Hang on one second. New window. What?
AJ, you're illegal.
I guess I am. What the hell? Give me 2 seconds here. If this doesn't work, we'll just wave off.
Well, I guess AWX repo doesn't get our awesome pull request.
Change 600 ID. That looks right. What? Okay, well, anyway, I'll figure it out. Do you want to end it there, Mofi, or do you want to keep going?
This is a good spot to finish it. So we got like the recap, right? We figured out the operator have some issues that we'll probably work out with the Red Hat folks and try to get their feedback. I mean, I know enough about operators probably so that I can like take a whack at it to see what part is actually failing, because the errors almost look like this in the Postgres side as well. So I will be interested in looking at that and seeing what kind of Postgres database they're deploying. Because I feel like we're facing some issue there because it's that migration never finishes. It's just like almost it just always goes in circles. So there could be something we can look at, or just at least let the right people know. The operator doesn't seem like it is ready for prime time anyway because it's not available in Operator Hub or in the Red Hat operators list. So I'm guessing they're not looking at that operator right now as a prime time solution anyway. So we have some time. So if they're probably also waiting to iron out some bugs, or they have some other priorities before that. But the other side of this that we figured out the Helm chart thing, it would be probably interesting to see if we can do the same thing instead of using like Ansible playbook. Could we have done this using purely from Helm? Every single Helm chart that does all of that. I mean, I see the appeal of Ansible. You get to define tasks a little bit more granular. Like a lot of Helm chart things you'd have run manually yourself. Now you're just saying Ansible playbook run. You find all that human work with charts. Yeah, sure. But like you were basically asking people to have another tool installed in their system, which is, I don't know. So, but, it happened finally, huh?
Yep, it did.
Did you not have to do git pull up origin master first? Did you not make?
No, it's smart enough to do that.
Oh, okay,
it's yeah, I finally got it. It turns out somebody changed my keys around on the box, so it happens. Give me 2 seconds, and I will show what's going on here. Desktop.
So yeah, so you're saying so we should like right now we're making the pull request to request these changes we have found to work on today's test. So if that is kind of like us being good citizens of the open source community, right? Like we found out thing doesn't work. We made this pull request. At this point, they might come back and say, no, this works. You are dumb in doing this. There is a better way to do this. At the same time, if we can figure out that this is a better way to do this, they might mark this in, which I will happen. So either case, we did our part in trying to help. The next person comes to install this, they will get this. They won't have to go through the same route as us. We don't have to do the same, like debugging as us, right? They'll just like run it once and it'll just work. So we do it, and it's gonna be in. Are you dropping on the chat, JJ?
Yep. So if you are watching this live with us, that would be awesome if you do a +1 and or like, hey, I watched them do this work, because it always helps to see that there's not just random drive-by PR of Mofi and JJ saying, hey, fixed problem, okay, thanks, bye, but to actually have a little bit more. And it's a very strong possibility after I upload this video to YouTube, which I always do, I'll even link to it in this PR. Excuse me. So we can say that we have this is our logic and this is what we thought about. Granted, a 4.5 hour long video is very unlikely anyone's ever going to watch it, but trying to do right, right?
Yeah. So again, this project itself is quite, like it has a lot of stars, a lot of people looking at it. So I feel like even if nothing happens, something else good can come out here, that someone tries it
Mhm.
and they find out that what the actual issue was, where not just our fix, but maybe fix the underlying infrastructure itself. So either case, um, again, we found one way it works. So if nothing else comes out of this, we found one way that we can move forward with this, which is great. Hopefully next week we'll have some Red Hat friends that know Ansible Tower in and out, who can guide us into doing the right things. In oftentimes in cloud native, it's easy to do something, but it's very difficult to do the right thing. And which
I,
we
I, I really think we should aim next Friday to continue on with this, to come along and I feel like we should absolutely try to get a Red Hat friend to say that we got AWX up and running. Now, can you teach us how to get the K8S module running a simple playbook with AWX to trigger installing
well,
a
I think we can aim it a little bit higher. Let's just, for now at least, our aim would be to have some external service calling.
to our target was much higher than it was today.
Right,
And what did we get? What
Right.
did we get? We got it installed.
Right. I mean, again, I feel like if we have that target in our head, maybe we push it back another week. But the point is, if we start saying just like, because I feel like AWX, once it's running, to run in playbook, that's its job. So if it's working right, if we install the right thing, that's high praise. That's
Yeah,
high.
it really is. It really is. There's some rock stars over there. They really are.
So I mean, okay, so getting something to run, sure. But our end goal, like what we actually want to do, is pass some job onto this, and maybe we actually at least have conversation on how to do that. And whatever we
Well,
get,
and we can also with our friends, we can get the right people involved in the conversation. We can talk about our end goal, which is we want to use this as our for lack of a better term, orchestration layer, right? Where this is we want to use this as our core engine to get this thing to work. And this is how we see it, and we want to be able to do this programmatically. Are we going down the correct path?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that sounds like a plan.
Okay. Well, Mofi, I guess I'll see you on Monday, buddy.
I will. Yeah, unless I see you before.
Hey, there we go.
Which is something else makes, and we have to work.
Yeah, right. Knowing our fucking luck. Anyway, thanks everyone for watching. And if you are catching up just now or just joined us towards the end of this, I will be posting this to YouTube. You can see random tweets or whatever about it down the line. But Mofi, how about you say bye?
Well, we have one last question that we should answer. Would you say Red Hat acquired IBM or IBM acquired Red Hat from a culture standpoint?
Hang on. We actually have words for this.
We do?
And yes, we are too low on the totem pole to answer that question. That work? That work?
That is in the most part. But I feel like a lot of the times, and this is not me from IBM talking, this is just me as a person looking at this talking. In many cases, Red Hat and IBM were already working very closely in a lot of open source projects. So at least from our point of view, the way we're doing things is almost business as usual. But now we have sometimes an easier way to reach out to some of the Red Hat folks that we're already working together with.
It's true.
So I don't know the business decision and like exactly all the ins and out. Again, as JJ said, we're too low on the totem pole to answer that. But from personal experience with reaching out to other Red Hat folks, this has been a little bit nicer because now we know some of the shared goals we have in the open source community. So that's my opinion and my answer. Nothing from the official IBM or Red Hat. So again, don't quote me. But
and just to play off what Mofi said there too, if you are an enterprise developer or play in the Java ecosystem at all with Red Hat and IBM, there is some amazing things coming down the pipeline because we became one big family. Now, a lot of the conversations that we would have had to have through email that would take months to do, now we actually have like integrations and we're like, oh, I can just go tap on the shoulder of homeboy or homegirl over here to be like, hey, this should work better, and things are coming together. So it is, if you're in the enterprise software space at all, it is super exciting. Same as with the open source narrative too, don't get me wrong, but that's where we're seeing a lot of the coolest things out of the gate. Because honestly, what does enterprise software do? It makes us money, right? So we're spending a lot of time in that space, but there's other things coming down the line too. But anyway, I ramble on like I normally do. So bye, say bye, Mofi.
Bye, Mofi.
Bye. Bye. Thanks again, everyone. Bye-bye.